Are all council members present? I see the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Lee Eng.
I don't see Weinberg and
Meadows. So I see Councilmember Meadows is listed as a participant. Angel, can you move her over, please?
I'm working on it.
Thank you. There she is. So all council members are present. I see the interim city manager and or city attorney. Are you there, Jolie? Do you see Jolie, Angel?
I don't see her on here, but I did email her the link right before I jumped on this lobby. So she's probably almost here.
Okay, so I'm gonna get started only because we're already 22 minutes past the starting time. So you can start the recording. Thanks, Angel. I will call the Los Altos City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 to order at 7:22 p.m. Angel, can you please call the roll and establish quorum?
Yes, council members, if you are present, please say present or aye. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows.
Present.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Present.
Mayor Flagler.
Here.
All members are here, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and we will have Millie and Tara Shadar from troop number 61911 lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And could everybody else please put yourselves on mute so we can hear Millie and Tara? So Millie and Tara, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Thank you so much, Millie and Tara. Are you twins? I was trying to figure this out. Are you twins?
No, I'm actually more than a year and a half older than her, but everyone keeps calling us twins.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Well, you guys did an excellent job. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for joining us. Have a good summer. I hope you're enjoying your summer.
You too.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well done. And thanks to the public as well for your patience. We'll move on to report on closed sessions, and we have nothing to report from the closed session we held earlier this evening. So next we will move to special items. And the first special item is a presentation on the Fire Station 8 Regional Partnership for Public Safety and Fire Protection. And I see we have Jay Logan with us, and I think she also has a special guest, Supervisor Simidian, who will be joining her for this presentation. So Jay, welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Flieger. And let me just start with a screen share, if I may, if you give me a moment, please. There, how are we doing? Okay.
Looks good. Thanks, Jay.
Good. And audio is good?
Audio is great.
Perfect, thank you. Well, thank you. My name is Jay Logan, and I'm, first of all, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Jay Logan. I'm General Manager of the Los Altos Hills County Fire District. And presenting with me tonight are County Central Fire Protection District Acting Fire Chief Brian Glass, and Chief Glass is on the video, I saw him, and County of Santa Clara Supervisor Joe Simidian, District 5. I saw Supervisor Simidian joining us also. We're here to provide you with a quick overview of the Palo Alto Fire Station 8 agreement and the regional fire protection benefits Station 8 offers surrounding agencies such as the City of Los Altos. During the CZU and SCU fires, it was apparent that prevention and protection measures and building resilient communities are key to understanding wildfires, to withstanding wildfires and the survival of life and property. The Los Altos Hills County Fire District, Central Fire Protection, and City of Los Altos began to explore a partnership for regional benefits and fire protection in the vulnerable area of Foothills Park. Fire Station 8 was available, but was not funded or staffed with fire crews, engines, or equipment. A three-party partnership and agreement came together to fund and staff and utilize Fire Station 8 during the high fire danger summer and fall fire season. This partnership represents a regional supportive governance model of Santa Clara County, fire protection districts, and a city sharing our resources to address threats of wildfire and to provide protection to a broader community. And with that, I'd like to turn the presentation now over for slides 3, 4, and 5 to Acting Fire Chief Glass, who will discuss Fire Station 8 operations. Chief Glass?
Thank you, General Manager Logan. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, the public. My name is Brian Glass. I'm the Acting Fire Chief for the Santa Clara County Central Fire Protection District, also the service provider for the City of Los Altos Fire and EMS Response within your community. We were approached by the Los Altos Hills County Fire District to be able to join into this partnership to continue to provide additional fire all hazard response within Los Altos Hills. There is a regional net benefit in our partnership with the City of Palo Alto and Los Altos Hills County Fire District. The Palo Alto Hills Station 8 was vacated by Palo Alto, but it serves a critical role in providing wildland fire response in the hills above Los Altos and Palo Alto. The agreement basically operationally will be staffed for the months of June through October and extended into November as needed. This is a 12-hour shift from 8 in the morning till 8 in the afternoon, in the evening, 7 days a week. The on-duty battalion chiefs have the ability to go ahead and extend the hours of operation if fire weather dictates. So if we enter into a red flag condition, we can extend those crews' availability into the evening and late hours. The fire crews will rotate between shared resources of Palo Alto, as you see pictured here with Palo Alto's fire engine. It's red and it's 3-person crew. And when County Fire is staffing, it'll be our white fire engine up there that you know and see around your town. And it'll be with County Fire crews. Los Altos Hills County Fire District was able to fund the payment for the 3-person crews, and we'll be able to build that on a monthly 30-day rotation, and we'll be tracking the calls that those units respond to, the same as we would be tracking and reporting out on any other responses within our fire service protection area. As you can see, Jay will put us back on slide 4 here shortly. And you can see the kind of area of response and the location for those that may not be familiar with Palo Alto Station 8. It serves a critical role in the response area, of course, of Los Altos Hills County Fire District, Palo Alto Central Fire, and that's on the Page Mill corridor. So some of the other areas that it benefits are Rancho San Antonio open space, Mid-Peninsula open space areas of Los Trancos and Montebello, San Mateo County into Woodside on the southern end. As we talked about, of course, the City of Los Altos benefits from having this resource so close. This is in addition to the service that you already get from Central Fire District through the contractual service agreement that we have. Again, we talked about this starting in June, and we've successfully been in operation now, coming up on a full 30-day rotation, 15 days with Palo Alto, 15 days with Central. Again, the response times in those areas, we'll see a decrease for the constituents that live in those areas as it relates from their current response before Station 8 was staffed. With the hole there, it took us a little bit longer to reach those folks. Now we'll have a resource kind of in the top of the Moody and Page Mill Road area for our EMS response. And again, this is an all hazards, all risk. It's responding to every and any emergency that is within its sphere of influence. And on the next slide, I'll show you what that sphere of influence looks like. It's going to be everywhere that is highlighted in red. So that is going to be the area that this resource is available to respond. Now, this will be in addition to the normal response that all of the entities, Palo Alto, the Hills, and Central, would have sent resources to. So again, this is bolstering the service that we are already providing during a critical time in our wildfire season. So the net benefit also then becomes for those having bicycle accidents or vehicle accidents or cardiac arrest calls, they will receive a resource in a more timely fashion. Of course, this unit is available for mutual aid. One of the key roles of the fire service is to participate in the mutual aid system. This is the reciprocal sharing of like type resources amongst local jurisdictions. No one agency is capable of putting out these large fires alone. So together we have to work in order to muster our resources to keep these fires small and in their early or incipient stages, what we call the initial attack phase of the wildfire. So again, this resource will be available to support the local towns and cities and municipalities in the Northwest region of Santa Clara County. And with that, I'll turn it back over to General Manager Logan for closing comments, and I'll be available for any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Glass. And so this is truly a partnership for regional benefits. And as we all know, fire knows no boundaries. So Fire Station 8 is a model of regional sharing of resources that benefits the surrounding communities such as City of Los Altos. The partnership provides additional fire suppression and emergency medical services protection. And the building of resilient communities and emergency preparedness is encouraged and supported. And I just want to take this moment to personally thank the City of Los Altos Council for supporting these efforts, for having a very robust emergency preparedness program, the BAT Neighborhoods program, working with your emergency services coordinator. All of that is very integral to the regional fire protection event and issues. So with that, I'd like to call on Supervisor Simidian, and sir, if you would like to provide any closing comments would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, my closing comments are thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. That concludes our remarks, but certainly we're here for any questions that we could respond to. Thank you.
Thank you, and brevity is always appreciated. Thank you, Supervisor Simidian, and thanks General Manager Logan and Chief Glass for joining us this evening and presenting this very timely presentation and very helpful information for our community listening in. So thank you so much. Because this is a special item, normally we open it up just to council members to see if they have any questions for the presenters. So I will do that, and I will look for virtual hands, council members. I do have a lot of boxes in front of me. So looking at the panelist list, I do not see any hands raised from our council. And I think that's their way of saying big thank you. Thanks for all you do for our community. We really appreciate it. And you know, until next year, and Jay, look forward to seeing you at another volunteer event in the near future. So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank
you.
Thanks.
Okay. So we'll keep going down our agenda, and next we have changes to the order of the agenda, and I'll look for virtual hands again. I do have a change, so I will propose that while other council members consider if they want to propose any other changes. But I do want to move item number 7 to after item number 10. So we're moving the COVID-19 presentation to after the housing element subcommittee item.
Madam Mayor, if I
yes.
could interrupt. I do think we have another special item that we skipped.
Oh, you're correct. Thank you.
Yes, the introduction.
The introduction of our new recreation supervisor. Thanks, Mr. Maginot, and there's Miss Leggy. So I'll turn it over to Miss Leggy to do the introduction of our new supervisor for the community center, Mary Jo Price.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Flagger and fellow council members. We are so excited to introduce our newest member of the community services team, Mary Jo Price, who started on June 28th. As a new supervisor, Mary Jo Price is responsible for the overall management and oversight of the new community center, including the reception area, hospitality, events, and facility rentals and scheduling. In addition, Mary Jo will serve as the staff liaison to the Public Arts Commission, as well as to our civic center partners, such as the Los Altos Stage Company, History Museum, Library, and Community Foundation. Before joining the City of Los Altos, Mary Jo worked for the Hayward Area Recreation and Park District, managing programming and operations for the Douglas Morrison Theater. Prior to that, she worked in operations, programming, and customer service for several nonprofit organizations, including the Children's Creativity Museum and Tandem, Partners in Early Learning. Mary Jo is a Master of Fine Arts and Theater Arts from San Francisco State University. In her spare time, Mary Jo enjoys attending theater and live music performances, traveling, and knitting and playing with her 2 cats. With that, I'd like to welcome Mary Jo.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be joining you, to be joining the city of Los Altos, and especially at this time with this amazing new facility opening. There's so many wonderful opportunities, and I look forward to working with all of you and hopefully seeing you very soon in person.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and welcome to our Los Altos team. Very happy to have you. Anything else, Miss Legge?
No, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks, Mary Jo. Look forward to working with you. Now we can move to changes to the order of the agenda. And I've already proposed my change. So let me look to the virtual hands to see if any other council members have any requests. I don't see any hands. So we will move item number 7 to be discussed after item number 10, which is the Housing Element Subcommittee item. Councilmember Liang.
I was wondering if we could request it. I'm requesting that it get moved to after item 11 because I think there's some critical items on 11 that we need to discuss. And I think it's important that we address it. So if we can move that item 7 to after 11, that would be greatly appreciated.
So I'm fine moving it. We'll see how much we're able to get through tonight. But I am fine moving it to after item 11. Okay, so with that change, we will continue on with public comments on items not on the agenda. And so Angel and our city clerk is on vacation. And so we have Angel, who is another staff member, filling in for her tonight and doing an excellent job. So Angel, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak to items not on the agenda? And for members of the public calling in, if your comment relates to an item on the agenda, then you will need to wait until we call that item. And so Angel, I will turn it to you to go down the list. And because I only see 3 hands raised, each speaker 4 hands raised. Any other speakers on this item? So we'll give each speaker up to 3 minutes. Thanks, Angel.
Thank you. Bear with me while I call up the timer. And looking for my participant list here. All right, I've missed my participants. Here we go. First one speaking, James. Last name, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. Apfel. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, that's Apfel. You got it.
Apfel. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No problem.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is James Apfel, and I'm honored to serve as a government and community relations coordinator for Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley with nearly 800 local employees. During the past 18 months, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, lab technicians, orderlies, emergency medical technicians, administrators, and others, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID crisis. It's why I'm asking you to join me on Sunday morning, August 22nd, for our inaugural Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for this inaugural Stars and Strides community run will be much more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal, to raise and donate $250,000 for the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, 85% of whom are low-income members of our community. Second, our participation goal, 4,000 paid participants in our Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, our Synaptics 10K run, and our HP Incorporated Kids Fun run. Third, our volunteer goal, 400 caring volunteers pre-race or on race day to further ensure our participants have fun, safe, and healthy experiences. Our Bloom Energy Stars and Strides community run will start and finish at Discovery Meadow in downtown San Jose. And I'm asking you to join us. If you are unable to attend physically, you can still participate in our Bank of America Step Up in Spirit virtual run. To further ensure the health and safety of our participants, we have been coordinating with the County Health Office over the past several months to ensure that we follow all health protocols before, during, and after the event. Tonight, we have 3 requests. First, please register you and your family for the run. Registration is easy at starsandstrides.com. For elected leaders, please sign up under the California Water Service Elected Official Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to your own database of community members. We have a sample text that you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online community communications between now and race day. Our community and our planet have faced difficult challenges past 18 months. We now have an opportunity to gather outdoors in a safe setting to celebrate and support our frontline healthcare workers on August 22nd. Please join us and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, James.
Our next speaker is Roberta. Roberta, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted, this is just a reminder to the City Council. More than 18 months ago, Jim Sandoval made a presentation to the Parks and Rec Commission about the park and loop fees and said that he needed to do an assessment so that we could have a fair value of our park and loop fees because it needed to be reassessed. He did do that, and a year ago, it was brought to City Council, but no action was taken because there were some legal questions that needed to go back to Jolie. So every year we do pay for this assessment, and I do hope you will agendize the park and loop fees because it is a way of getting additional income into the city now when we're having some challenges with our budget. I did speak to Jim Sandoval. He said, yes, 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 he needed to do it. So hopefully when you get back from the recess, you will have this on the agenda so that not only the residents, but also the developers will pay their fair share of running the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Our next speaker and final speaker, Manal Shafi. Manal, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I no longer have to speak. I was with James.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, Mayor, we have no further public comments on items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. I see you have your hand raised.
And not to get into a discussion, but just to update Roberta and the public. We have had discussions about the park in Luffy. I believe that Jim Sandoval will be presenting to the Finance Commission, and it is underway to be coming back to the council again. And the questions that the former council had and the things we've looked at, we have addressed, and but it is going to the Finance Commission, I believe on Monday or next Monday or Tuesday. So it is in the works. It's been set in motion.
Thank you.
Yes,
for
Monday.
that. Thank you. It's Monday, Mr. Maginot?
Yes, Monday.
Okay, thanks for that update. Okay, so we'll continue on to our consent calendar, and we have 6 items listed. And I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. I will look to council members to see if they want any of the items removed for further discussion or entertain a motion. Councilmember Lee-Eng.
I had a quick question on 2 of the items before we move forward. Well, actually, 1 of the items. So agenda item 3, I just want to make sure that is that our priorities? And if so, my concern is perhaps we need to look at the priorities, or are we just looking at it as categories? Because if it's priorities, I think our finances should be made number 1 and not land use. So I just am concerned about how we have it numbered. And so otherwise, I think we should reprioritize it.
And thanks for that. I can quickly answer that, Councilmember Lee-Eng. It's not in priority order. No. And we had talked about that at one of the prior meetings. That's just how we have them ordered in the priorities, but it's not saying land uses are number 1 priority. Is that right, Mr. Kilger?
That is correct.
Yes. Just making sure. That's why I just had a quick question. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councilmember Lee-Eng. Then I see Councilmember Meadows with her hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick comment on number 2, the resolution about water conservation. I just want to point out for the public's benefit and council's benefit that we're trying to encourage required water conservation efforts rather than voluntary. I mean, technically they're voluntary, but Valley Water has mandated, and so that's what we're trying to encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Mr. Kilger.
Yeah, I would just like to reaffirm that this is the first step in the city's efforts to deal with the drought. We do answer to Valley Water and Cal Water, both, who are in the process of finalizing their requirements. Cal Water should be in place tomorrow, and they have the enforcement arm. And we will be taking a very aggressive stance to initially get the word out and supplement what they are doing. And you can expect more information coming in the future.
Thanks, Mr. Kilger. Very helpful and very important. Vice Mayor Enander.
Just 2 things quickly. On number 3, I would like to ask that the staff put the actual CIP numbers in this document, so when they're finalizing it, so we'll be able to track across to those. And I understand and will appreciate when we get a work plan that puts some real schedules and so on this. I understand that this document is not that, but the CIP numbers would help. And the other is that on number 4, which is about flood control, and it seems bizarre to talk about flood control given our current situation, but I'd like to ask that if staff possibly could look at a map, because I went to the webpage that's referenced in the document, and there is no map that really shows what parcels could be potentially involved. And I think that would be a real add to this document and to the city's efforts to encourage more homeowners to include their parcels in the program.
And we can do that. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I agree. So I don't see any more hands raised. So I will look to a motion, then go to public comment.
Madam Mayor, I'll move approval of the consent calendar, items 1 through 5A.
Your amendments, with your amendments to number 3 and 4, correct?
With my comments.
Wonderful. And then Councilmember Meadows?
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Meadows. Angel, do we have any speakers on the consent calendar?
Looks like there's 1 hand raised.
So let's item. Thank you, Angel. Let's go ahead and give the speaker up to 3 minutes.
Scott Spielman, you are the speaker. You there? Scott, go ahead and try to unmute yourself.
Okay.
We can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. There's an awful lot of work that went into the objectives, and I compliment the city manager and staff for that work. I would just like to offer 6 thoughts for areas of improvement on those objectives. As I've read them, I think they could be more specific. Well-written objectives should answer the basic questions of who, what, where, when, how much, and I think that could be an improvement. Not only that, they should be measurable, and that you should know, or we should know, when the actual dates are, so they need to be time bounded, and the time frames could be more clear. Instead of a 1 to 3 year time frame, I think they should be more specific. I think they would be helpful. I would say, as well as a 4th area beyond specificity, measurability, and time bound, that the city needs to focus and consider doing a few things well. And in that focus, priorities should be listed as the most important objectives first. And then lastly, I think the city could offer a bit more accountability. That is perhaps one of the more ongoing problems of the city. For example, the Hillview zoning is still 2.5 years in the making. It was a promise made that long ago. So who is responsible and who is accountable? I think the objectives are well on the way of doing the work. I just offer these thoughts for possible areas of improvement. I encourage the city council and staff to revisit these objectives with those ideas in mind. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Scott.
Madam Mayor, there are no other hands raised to speak.
Thanks, Angel. So let's bring it back to council, and we have a motion. And so let's go to Angel to call the roll. Angel?
If you agree with the motion on the floor, please say aye. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Aye.
And Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Angel. All right, we'll keep moving on. The next item is item number 6, which is our public hearing for this evening's meeting on ordinance number 2021-478 ZTA 20-003, the zoning text amendments. And Mr. Biggs, will you be presenting on this item, or will it be Mr. Persicone?
Thank you, Mayor Fligor, and members of the City Council. John Biggs with your Community Development Department. I was going to hand it over to Guido Persicone, our Planning Services Manager and the Project Manager here, to give you the overview of what you're considering this evening and introduce our consultant team to do the presentation of the changes that have been made to the document since you last took a look at it. So, Mr. Persicone.
Good evening, Council. I'll just do a very brief. We met with the Council in March, had quite a few edits. There's 4 attachments to the staff report. There's an ordinance, there's a track change and a clean version of the document, and then there's an actual Excel spreadsheet with all 212 comments made in the sessions, as well as with the one-on-one meetings with the Council members. We have dutifully addressed all of those, and the staff report really hits on the themes within those larger comments that we heard. And so now I'm going to pass it off to Monica and Drew.
Hello, council members and Mayor Flagger and city staff. I will share my screen now so that I can show the presentation. And then I will look for confirmation that I've got the the presentation up and not the notes screen.
Monica, before you get underway, I was just looking at the participant list. I don't see Drew listed as one of the participants. Is he going to be joining us? Drew Fink from Opticos?
I understand Angel sent Drew a participant link. So Drew may have to just hop onto that link.
I've promoted him twice to panelist. I see him hopping back and forth between the panelist and attendee list, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can forward him my link, John. So.
Okay.
If you can just pop in and say hello when you are on the panelist link, Drew, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I just forwarded in my link, John.
So good evening, everyone. I have a short presentation to talk about the hearing draft in your packet. So agenda items 1 to 3 will be very quick. We'll run through a quick overview of the project and process, which I know you're familiar with. Our focus will be on the hearing draft, specifically the changes to the February draft that you last reviewed. So we started by looking at the existing regulations and hearing from the community. We looked at existing and recent development. We identified subjective design standards in your code. This is the focus of our project. We developed an annotated framework, which we presented to you in July, followed by draft standards that drew from the existing code's intent, other city documents that provided direction, our own observations and understanding of the community's desires and your input. So this brings us to the reading number 1 for adoption. So looking at a timeline of hearing that community input and from you, the council, we started with stakeholder interviews last summer, an introductory public meeting in June of last year, followed by a total of 8 planning commission or city council or joint council commission public meetings on the drafts that we produced starting in September. In January, the planning commission recommended the standards to you for adoption. You reviewed in March, but we decided to take a closer look and hold individual study sessions with council members and hold another public study session in March. So we did that. We held a series of working meetings throughout the months of April and May, and we are pleased to present to you tonight the adoption hearing draft. So a quick recap of the process that led us to this draft. First, understanding exactly what we're doing and why. I know we've talked about this several times with you. Basically, we're implementing the general plan policies and other planning documents by introducing objective design standards into the code. So the objective design standards interpret subjective standards and lend clarity and predictability to the approval process for multifamily and residential mixed-use projects. So these are the projects which, as mandated by recent state law, may not be denied on the basis of subjective findings. We are not changing existing objective standards. So as you know, we looked closely at the districts throughout the city that support multifamily development and residential mixed-use development. These are the downtown districts, those along El Camino Real, and the R3 districts. We took a quick look. So here on the slide are just some of our analyses and findings that helped give shape to our standards. Based on community feedback and the team's observations about form and character, we developed the annotated framework. The goal of that exercise was to identify subjective standards in the code and to determine how to rework them to achieve the desired outcomes, and to do so in a way that's clear and easy to use and illustrative of the Los Altos character. So this is the list of revised code sections and new sections, or sections where we are recommending new content be added to the code. So that's all for an intro. As Guido mentioned, I mentioned earlier, we had a series of study sessions to take a closer look at the February draft. So this entailed tracking, researching, evaluating all of the comments received, those from the public meetings, as well as those gathered at initial study sessions. I do want to say we really appreciated the very close read that you all did. We received a lot of really good feedback, a lot of insightful feedback that encouraged us to look really closely at our recommended standards and test them out. Generally speaking, you pointed out and asked us to look further into a range of issues that had to deal with consistency across the districts to ensure the high quality standards that we recommend are applied throughout the districts in question. Consistency with other planning documents, especially the Downtown Design Guidelines and the Downtown Buildings Committee report and other sections of the code itself. Compatibility, making sure that the standards are compatible with current construction practices, existing patterns of development and development on adjacent properties, and clarity of the document itself. So you found a lot of areas needing better or clearer language, graphics that needed to be revised to be internally consistent and be reflective of all the standards and show truly feasible forms. So I'll run through quickly a handful of slides about the major changes to this document. So this is not an exhaustive list, but these are the changes that most impacted the organization and content of the document that is up for adoption. So no major changes to the building massing and articulation standards, but the document does look a bit different. We combined some related standards into one to reduce the number and then replace some graphics for clarity to focus in on the resulting forms that the standard will allow rather than what that standard is by itself. So in previous discussions and drafts, we determined that in the CDR3, we would require a 10-foot upper story step backs for the 4th story only, while in the CN and CRS and CRS-OAD, upper story step backs could be 5 feet only, but are required for the 3rd story. So in this draft, we revised graphics to demonstrate the same concept, but we added a little flexibility to allow that in all 5 zones, a 3rd story can be located at the setback line, provided it is embedded in a sloping roof. And in the CDR3, remember this is the 10-foot step back, 4th story and above. If a builder wants to fit a 3-story building within the 30-foot base height limit, that builder can still do so. Step backs and sloped roofs are required only for the portion of the building beyond that base height limit, whether it's a 3rd or a 4th story. We also see that in all 5 districts where the facade is 4 stories or more and is not facing El Camino Real, the top story must be embedded in a sloped roof. Gateways, we added the locations of gateways. This includes the intersections of Foothill in Maine, Edith State in San Antonio, Foothill in Edith, and Foothill in San Antonio. So we got a little more specific about those gateways in the standards, minimum of 2 elements from a list of corner design elements and ground floor design elements. We sharpened the forecourt standards. So the width changed from 20 to 15, and we added a standard that the width must be greater than or equal to the depth for all zones. We also added more prescriptive forecourt standards for the R3-1. We edited the building articulation graphics to make sure that the building and roof designs are achievable given the other development standards and design standards in the document. So this involved modifying height and roof forms as shown. These are the graphics that changed. We also noted that there were several concerns expressed about the ground floor height standard, and that one standard did indeed warrant some revisions and a new graphics. So we determined that the purpose would best be served by simply regulating the ground floor height as a function of upper story height, regardless of use on the upper stories. And as before, that standard is different for ground floor residential versus non-residential. We also edited some of the dimensions of the entrance types, which are listed in the new section over in 1466-275 to better support the other frontage standards. Vertical articulation and building design standards were updated to reinforce the module increment that is identified in other planning documents. So this involved, for most districts, expressing this requirement in one standard rather than two to make it simpler to interpret. And the upshot is that CD decreased from 75 and CDR3 increased from 25. So these are all consistent with the Downtown Buildings Committee, the report and the Downtown Design Guidelines, and other mentions of the module increment in the code. Service areas, we specified where these can be located along parking plazas. We applied the requirement for architectural consistency across all districts. We edited to apply to rooftop mechanical equipment as well. The existing code mentions sustainability for only one of the districts in question, but the hearing draft has these, first of all, added to and then applied throughout. So we moved those to 1466-280, which is the standards common to all districts that support multifamily and residential mixed-use development. We added some standards for bicycle racks and pedestrian and bicycle connectivity, and specifically on lots in the CT and the CN. We added standards for screening of structured parking. And at your urging, we reviewed the curb cut separation along El Camino Real, and we increased the required separation as a departure from existing context in an effort to enhance pedestrian orientation of that corridor. We adjusted the side, interior, and rear upper story step backs where abutting R1 districts based on discussions that we had. That's in the CT and CN only. And we took a close look at privacy. So the comments that the community and you council members had about the privacy standard were very thoughtful. And after some internal discussion, we revised the standard such that it is no longer a function of whatever built form exists on the adjacent property, but rather we simply revised so that height and angle within 10 feet. So the standard is based on height and angle within 10 feet of the side setback. So that sums up the major changes. I'll turn the floor back to Mayor Flagger.
Thank you, Monica. And I won't attempt to pronounce your last name, even though you did an excellent job pronouncing mine earlier. Thanks for that presentation. So if there's nothing else, Mr. Biggs, let's go to council members to see if they have any questions about the presentation. And then we will go to the public and then come back to vote to approve this. So I'm looking for virtual hands. Any questions? Vice Mayor, go ahead. Vice Mayor, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I think it would be helpful to have the presentation back if Monica doesn't mind doing that, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to just do some quick questions here, Mayor, because later I do have some comments on some glitches, but I don't want to go through those at this time. So I'm just going to ask some kind of generic questions.
Are we seeing this thank you slide?
Yes, we're seeing the thank you slide along with, yeah. Whoops, now we've got DWR.
Got it, okay.
And we're getting all your notes, so we're not quite in slide mode yet, or presentation mode. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, if you would go up to slide 15, please.
Okay.
I'm just curious why you chose on CD and CDR3 to make your roof forms dependent on, and the criteria dependent on the height, 30-foot height, whereas in the other zones, you made it based on floor stories.
Right, right. So this comes out of, so looking at the previous draft, what we determined is that the third story and above, in the CN, CRS, and CRS OAG, the standard was third story and above needs to be stepped back. But in the CD and the CDR3, we decided it would be the fourth story. So looking forward and thinking about, well, how many stories can you realistically reasonably fit in the base height limit? If we make it a function of the 30 feet and we say, look, you can do whatever you can fit in the base height limit and you don't have to step back. You've got 30 feet, just like now. You can do anything in that 30 feet. But once you go beyond that, you need to step back. So by drafting it this way, it was saying the same thing, essentially. You can achieve what you want to achieve in that 30 feet. But beyond that, you have to step back. And then when you look at the way the code measures height, for example, this over here, it measures height by halfway up a mansard. So it is most likely that the third story it is most likely, but not necessarily the case, that a third story would count as a building that's 30 feet or more. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. I think what you're saying is that realistically, a third story that used a embedded sloped roof form, what diagram shows relative to the height. Is that what you're saying?
I'm afraid your voice was cutting out, and I don't know if that was just for me, but can I ask you to repeat that question?
Sure.
You're frozen again. You may have to turn off your video like you did earlier today, which helped.
Okay. So does that help, Monica? Can you track me now?
I can.
Okay. I think what you're saying is in the third one from the left for CD and CDR3, realistically, if someone were doing a third story with be taller than what you are seeing here, because it would allow it to be so based on how we measure height on a sloping roof. Is that what you were saying?
I think we missed part of what you had to say, so you might have to repeat it.
Damn. I'm speaking slowly and trying not to have a problem, but I don't know if this is going to work.
Keep going. You're coming through clear now. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that what Monica meant, but I want to be sure, is that a third story embedded in a sloped roof form would likely be taller than what is shown in this diagram because of the way we measure roof height. Is that correct?
Yeah, That is one thing I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, so I'm still not clear why you would not use the same approach of a height as you did with CDR and CDR3 to the other zones.
Right, it has to do with the two approaches we took in previous drafts, which was that above the base height limit in these two zones, CD and CDR3, that's when you have to step back. Whereas in this CN, CRS, and CRS OAD, we weren't concerned with what the base height limit was or not. We just said, look, third story, wherever your third story is, you have to push it back. So,
but why? That's what I'm trying to understand, is why make that distinction?
Monica, if I can.
Why have we made I'm sorry, yeah?
Please add on to what I'm about to say, Monica, but if I may, I need to change my name here. Drew Finke with Opticos Design. I think part of that was responding to what the prevailing pattern was in those zone areas. So in CRS zoned areas and in the majority of CN zoned areas, we tend not to see buildings over 2 stories. In CD and CDR3 zoned areas, you may see buildings over 3 stories. So I think that is part of what informed that, is an effort to match as best as possible the prevailing conditions, which was one of the directives we received from this body. So since CDR3 doesn't have as consistent number of stories in its existing conditions, we took a more flexible approach there that wasn't as dependent on number of stories.
It seems though that for CN, CRS, and the CRS OAD, without having an indication of the maximum height, which is elsewhere as an objective standard, you have a potential conflict where the standard says you cannot be more than X feet, but you may be in the middle of the 3rd story with that height. And then the question is, so if the, what would otherwise be the red dotted line, like what you have in the above group, if you had that dotted line below and it was going through the 3rd story, would you have to step back or not?
Regardless, yes. Yes, in those core districts, the CN and then those core downtown districts, yes, that needs to be stepped back. However, we did insert some flexibility into this hearing draft by saying, well, a 3rd story can be embedded in the sloped roof to soften the impact of that height of the 3rd story.
Right, but you did that in the CD and CDR3 zone as well. You have that same flexibility to either set back or to do a sloped roof.
That's right.
Okay.
So Vice Mayor, I completely understand what you're asking. I think Drew's explanation with Monica's assistance answered why they took this approach, but I think your question is still valid about-
that's why I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I just wanted to understand the rationale, since this was such a wonderful composite slide. Thank you so much. On the next slide, please.
16?
Yes. In clarifying and defining what is primary for a facade material, does one net out the glazing of window glass before doing that calculation? Because it seems to me that in certain zones, you're going to have 50% or more of the facade as windows.
I hear you. I will make a note that the definition, so I'd like to go back and see what the definition is. It should It should net out the fenestration, and I think it would be wise to add a definition or clarify that in the text.
I think that would be very helpful to clarify how fenestration works into the definition of primary and secondary for facade materials that are otherwise opaque materials, basically. Next one, slide number 17. And I'll just raise this as a concern that I understand the logic of doing the upper floor height plus for the first floor. My concern is that our standards elsewhere for most of these zones, not all of them, say that, or the commercial ones say that the first floor for, if it's commercial on the first floor and residential above, that first floor needs to be at least 12 feet. And that's fine. But my question is, does having this standard potentially lead to a problem where someone might say, oh, well, I'm going to do a 15-foot first floor, and therefore I can do a 13-foot on my additional floors. And I'm sorry, city, but you have to let me do that under the density bonus law and or SB 330. And you can't hold me to your height limitation because your standard says that I can make the upper floors what I do on the first floor minus 24 inches. And that's not really a question for you so much, I think, Monica, as it is to Guido and to John as to whether this potentially creates a problem for us. And I'll just leave that one there and go to one more. And that's just a note that in the document, there are two things that I think are problematic. One is where you require at least a...
And Vice Mayor, you're still asking questions, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, no, I'll stop, never mind. I'll stop there with questions from this.
Thank you. And I don't know if Mr. Biggs and Mr. Persicone want to address your last question about the potential issue with the density bonus, or they want to hold that until the discussion. So let me see if Mr. Biggs or Mr. Persicone wants to respond to that point.
Guido, do you want to respond to that? I have to give it some thought. Mr. Persicone?
Yeah, I'd have to give it some thought, John, in terms of how we kind of address that in terms of density bonus. I'm not prepared to answer that tonight. So.
Right.
Thank you. And I don't see any more hands raised from council members. So let's go to the public to see if they have any comments on this agenda item. Angel, do we have any hands raised on this item?
I now see two hands raised to speak on this item.
Okay, so if there are only two hands raised, let's give each speaker up to 3 minutes.
Excellent. I will be kicking off the person sharing their screens. My apologies.
Yep, absolutely.
I always lose my panelists. Where are you? Here we go. John Baer is our first speaker. John, are you there?
I am.
Excellent. We can hear you. Go ahead.
So I have specific comments about items in this document, which I believe are incorrect, but I'm not going to use my 3 minutes. So I'll let council members, if they want to ask me questions about what is wrong. My comments are more general, and it starts off with the rhetorical question, are we smarter than a fifth grader? And I would say on balance, city staff, city council is smarter than a fifth grader. But that's not the question here. The question is, are we smarter than a developer? And the answer is no. None of us are smarter than a developer when it comes to gaming the system and figuring out how to optimize and get around whatever objective standards we have. So my heartfelt recommendation to this council is that we need to test these standards against real live examples, projects that we have approved, projects that we haven't approved, projects we like, projects we don't like. Why? Very simply, because without testing it, we will be a lot less smart than a fifth grader. And our city deserves much better. I would encourage the council to make the necessary changes in the document, but also to test it to find out whether we get what we really want, because none of us know, and these are very significant changes from how we have done design review in the past, and saying that, well, if it doesn't work correctly, we'll fix it, means that we will get one or more very bad buildings built before we can make corrections to the document. If anybody on council wants to ask me where there are mistakes in this document, I'm happy to provide my input, but I only have 40 seconds and they are numerous.
Thank you, John.
Mayor, may I ask Mr. Baer to give us 3 or 4 examples, please?
I can give Mr. Baer the 30 seconds he has remaining, but we will have to offer the same to the other members of the public on this item. And we have a full agenda tonight. So if Mr. Baer wants to respond, and I know Angel will time it so that the buzzer will go off at 30 seconds. John, it's up to you if you want to use those 30 seconds to start answering the Vice Mayor's question.
30 seconds is not enough.
Okay.
Page 4, the minimum width between buildings has not been specified in the CN district. On page 7 of the document, we talk about a maximum sill height of 44 inches. I believe it is a minimum sill height of 44 inches. And if I'm correct in that assertion, that error goes throughout the document, through all the different districts. So those are the clearest ones.
Thank you, John. Angel said it for 30 minutes instead of 30 seconds, so it did go off. But if for your additional comments, please feel free to email them into staff or to the council members. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Angel, who is next?
Salim is our next speaker. Salim, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm Salim. I'm a member of South Bay YIMBY, though I'm not speaking on their behalf tonight. I think you should approve these objective design standards as soon as you can. This was a lot of work to create these objective design standards. There's been a ton of opportunity for community input. And I think sometimes with consultants, the city makes non-trivial edits like last minute. And I think it's better to just schedule a 12-month check-in, a 24-month check-in to see how things actually pan out in practice. This has been a lot of work. The consultant has rewritten huge swaths of the city's laws. And frankly, if we were just talking about the existing subjective design standards, people would have many qualms with those too, if that was the topic of today. So even if there's some changes that some people would propose, I don't think that's a reason not to approve these as soon as you can. But like I said, I do think a 12-month check-in and a 24-month check-in would be a great idea. You could have a study session with the Planning Commission to see how these design standards have panned out and what they think should be changed. So personally, I think it'd be good to give home builders more optionality in how they comply with some of these privacy regulations. So, we have like these partial bans in the current draft that prevents you from having rooftop decks and sliding doors in certain parts of the city, which I think is a little heavy-handed. There might be other ways of protecting privacy with like trees or shrubs. And the other thing I hope you do is consider whether or not you can remove the subjective design standards. I mean, frankly, it's crazy that we had subjective design standards for so long, and that was normal. We were essentially we had rules where no one could predict what the rule would amount to when they actually wanted to build a home, and it adds to the delays. Oftentimes, these projects take a decade. And it's no wonder that they cost so much. So I think we should eventually remove these subjective design standards once we're confident in the objective design standards we have. I think that'd be a great thing to do in a 12-month check-in. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim.
Madam Mayor, we have one more speaker who's just has just risen their hand, Roberta.
Hi, it's Roberta.
Excellent, we can hear you, go ahead.
Good. So I do hope that before you pass this, that John Biggs or Guido can come back with you to give you the ramifications of what happens with the California density bonus law, etc. I do agree with John Baer that, I would like to see them take a building that is, currently existing or in design and use as a test case first, because once a building is up, it's going to be up for 50, 60, 70 years. My other concern is that we have areas in downtown, et cetera, that do not use floor area ratio. And I know that you did not address it in these standards, but I think that it does need to be addressed, whether you do it in the housing element or not. But I think it should have been done as part of this project. So I'm concerned about the inconsistency of certain areas using floor area ratio and other districts not using floor area ratio. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Roberta.
There are no more speakers.
Great, thanks, Angel. So we will bring it back to council for discussion. And I'll just comment, I don't need Monica to bring back up that schedule of how much time has already been spent on these objective standards. And I agree, there's always room for improvement. And we've heard the Vice Mayor raise some questions tonight that could be further clarified in how certain sections are written. But the purpose of tonight, and it's something we've talked about at other meetings, is to approve the objective standards and then revisit them 6-12 months later. And so I want, council to, we're all there. We were all part of this discussion. Councilmember Meadows and Weinberg weren't here for the first half, but they joined us for the second half of reviewing these objective standards. So a lot of work has gone into these objective standards. The Planning Commission and members of the public have had numerous opportunities to weigh in. And so with that, I'm going to look for raised hands. And Vice Mayor, is that your hand from before, or do you want to start us off?
I'm happy to let other people go first.
Okay, so Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, yes. So I actually saw this start when I was still on Planning Commission, so I know it's been a long road. I do want to, it's been a huge amount of work. I want to thank the consultants, both Lisa Wise Consulting and Opticos Design, and if there were others involved too, I don't want to leave them out, the Planning Commission and staff. So as we've heard, there are parts of this that are imperfect. It's gone through so much review. You could keep bringing it back. You'd find something every time. This is critically important to get these objective standards in place. We are at risk if they're not in place, if we have certain projects come forward. And so I do support that after all of our reviews that we approve these. And then we should look at it again. I think whether it's 12 months, 18 or 24, I think we'll find things to tweak, but we should definitely make sure the wording, because I also picked up on the wording about maximum of 44 inches or whatever it was. So let's please check that at least. But I would support approving these, and I appreciate all the work that everyone involved has put in towards these standards.
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Liang has her hand raised. Are you okay skipping again?
She can go first.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No. Let everybody else go. I'll go last.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
Okay, my question is then, there are still some things that need to be those little cleanups. So would that be problematic? And to have those cleaned up before it comes back for a second reading? I think that is correct what Mr. Bear has raised on those two items regarding the minimum height versus maximum height and the width. So if you could relook that, if we make those changes, does it need to go back to a first reading, or can we make those changes and still move forward?
In the motion tonight, Councilmember Liang, we would have to be very specific about incorporating those amendments to really have a complete adoption of the first reading. Okay. So, you know, itemize them and in the motion, if we move forward with a motion, we would have to make sure that it's incorporated.
The other question I would have, if you don't mind, is there was a blank wall restriction. And if you could help me understand why that was removed, I'd like to see why it was removed. If not, maybe we should have that added back in.
Mr. Biggs.
I was gonna, Monica, do you recall what the, I think it was a prohibition against blank walls or unfenestrated walls that was one of the earlier drafts? Did that get left?
Section, Councilmember Liang.
Page 34. In the CD zone. So if we can have that either put back in, that would be appreciated.
Well, why was it inadvertent? Why was it taken out?
I don't know, I was asking.
Monica, can you address that?
I'll have to take a closer look. I don't remember standards about blank walls being intentionally removed. We did sort of merge some standards to make it clearer. If it was if one concept was addressed in two different places. I don't remember intentionally removing a standard about a blank wall. I will look into that. It's possible it got missed and accidentally taken out. That is, of course, possible.
Okay, so my request would be to have that put back in.
So that would have to be part of a motion with majority or more supporting it. So next I see Councilmember Meadows. Well, Councilmember Meadows, is that from before? Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Lisa Weiss Consulting, John, Guido, and their staff, my colleagues on the council, and members of the public. I'm going to be perfectly honest that this is something that I've struggled with a lot. Simply my own personal background doesn't really relate to a lot of what I'm seeing here. I don't do construction defect litigation very much. And a lot of what I'm seeing, it's almost like a foreign language at times to me. And I struggled at times to really kind of get a grasp of it. And of course, not having had served on the planning commission before, and having just been elected to council, I'm kind of at a disadvantage with respect to my colleagues in understanding this. Ultimately, I will say that I found Councilmember Meadows' comments persuasive. It's very easy for me to get lost in the weeds of this document, but seeing the forest, the city is at risk for not having objective standards. And it's because we're at risk that we undertook this project in the first place. I do wish that Mr. Bear had more time to tell us the specific concerns. The items he saw that frankly just sound like they might be wrong or typographical errors, but when typographical errors become statute, then there's statute. That being said, I would encourage Mr. Bear and other members of the public to take your comments and send them in. I would have found it extremely useful to see that as a public comment ahead of time, so I could have seen a list of these items to be able to really identify them. And the council may have been able to incorporate them into the motion that may or may not be moved or considered tonight. But I think having community input is really important, because I know Mr. Bear has served on the commission before, but there are a lot of members of our community who really understand the planning code and have a lot of experience here and can give a lot of input. And I thank you for giving us that input on this. Moving forward in the future, I would encourage members of the public to please send in your detailed analysis as far ahead of time as you possibly can, because the more time that we and staff have an opportunity to look at it, the more time we have to process that and make it a part of our deliberations and make corrections as necessary. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor, back to you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to go down in the weeds. And the reason I'm going to go down in the weeds is that I think it is our job and not the community's job to get this right. I want to thank Mr. Bear for all the work that I know he has put in. And I am sorry that I don't have his list, because I'm not confident I've caught everything. And despite all of the work, and I won't add to what my colleagues have already said about an immense amount of work that has gone on, huge work from many people doing this, there are still glitches here that I think we need to fix. And I would appreciate if Mr. Biggs or Mr. Persicone or whoever is the right person to take notes would take note of the following, which I believe should be fixed before we move on this tonight, as I believe is the interest of the city and the inclination of my colleagues. Starting with the CN district, so 14-40-150. In B1A, there is a reference to section A7. That's an error. It should be a reference to section B7. In the diagram on page 3, again, this is in B of this same section, it shows that the third story should be in the second diagram from the left, that the third story should be stepped back from the ground floor by 5 feet. However, in B2, it says that B2A, the third story must be either stepped back a minimum of 10 feet from the ground floor, facade, or embedded.
Vice Mayor, I think the Councilmember Liang has a question. Are you asking them to share the text?
Yes, share the document so we can go through step by step, please. So, because like I'm where I have input, I would.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
Thanks, Guido.
Councilmember Nander, I noticed as well that 5 should be a 10. You'll notice in the PowerPoint, we revised it. The document now has the diagram that says 10 to match the text.
Yes, but unfortunately, when we move on a resolution here, we have to have a correct document, or we have to have noted those things that we want to amend. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor, as you go through these proposed changes and others, and as Guido pulls it up, I want to give the city attorney and Mr. Biggs a heads up that I will come to them after we go through these proposed changes for them to help us identify the things that we can actually incorporate into a motion tonight versus the ones that would actually require a reintroduction, because it's such a big change. If they're small, minor changes, we can incorporate them. But if they're big changes and we want to do them before we approve the resolution, then it may require a reintroduction. So if we could just keep track of these to draw that line so we can make a decision.
And I believe what we'll find, Mayor, is that the overwhelming majorities of these are resolving inconsistencies or what I believe are inadvertent errors.
Okay. Proceed. Go ahead, President.
So let me start over. Guido, do you see in B1A, at the last line, it says a reference to section A7. That should be B7. And I don't know how you guys want to do this as quickly as possible. Maybe you just want to highlight it and go on. So then in the second diagram from the left, the caption underneath the diagram should say 10 feet instead of 5.
If I'm not sure if I may, but if it can interject here. So that number 2, upper story step back, side, interior, and rear, where abutting the R1 district, that title should go under the diagram, and that diagram, our mistake, accompanies the text up above, which is to say 1A. So that is the change that I would recommend on that page.
I'm sorry, you want to move the whole diagram?
Just notch it up so that it's above the 2, not below the 2. And I will not interrupt again.
That's quite all right. It's just that the relevant problem is in 2A, which leads me to wonder where the diagram really belongs.
Well, that's intentional. The third story from the side, interior, and rear, we'd had that on a slide. So that was an issue that came up in discussion where, all right, we understand along a front setback from the right of way, we're requiring 5 feet, but we want to be especially careful, perhaps more so when we're talking about the interior side or rear. And in that case, through discussion, we determined that we want to increase that to 10. We don't have a diagram for that, but that.
Okay, that's my confusion. And you're right, that diagram needs to move into the section 1 instead of being in section 2. And then the caption is correct. Got it, Guido?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, I am sorry to interrupt. I don't know how long your list is, but obviously these edits so far are very helpful. And so I'm going to make a proposal just based on the time that we move this to August. And so we can use the next 6 weeks for the members of the public, Vice Mayor Enander, and others to send in these edits prior to the August meeting or set up one-on-ones with staff so that we can get these incorporated as opposed to spending the next half an hour or more going through these edits. Because I agree, so Vice Mayor, I appreciate what you're doing. I just think we should make a decision as a council to move this to August. And so let me poll everybody.
I have no objection to.
So, and unless staff, let me start with Mr. Biggs, Mr. Kilger, and the city attorney, if they understand what I'm proposing and if they have any concerns.
Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Kilger.
Yeah, my concern at this point is, I think it's going to, I mean, I'll leave it to the city attorney and staff, but I think we're going to have too many amendments to enter into the motion to make it practical at this point.
Yeah.
No, and I would just chime in, Mr. Kilgore, that if we had had these prior to this meeting, we may have been able to send in a red line version to correct some of these typos and organizational, but it appears that so many of these could be substantive. So I really feel like this is going to have to be a reintroduction. And so but we didn't, you know, we didn't have them before the meeting. So I suggest that we get all the comments and the edits, and then staff works on it, and then we bring it back for a reintroduction at the meeting in August. And I would suggest that the motion to collect these edits, and because some of them could be substantive, these are just not merely typos, but that we continue it to a date certain, and then we don't have to renotice the zoning ordinance under the, you know, the public notice. It will be continued to a date certain. So that's what I would suggest.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I would agree with the comments made by Interim City Manager Kildrer and City Attorney Houston. We just would appreciate people getting us their edits, their recommendations and comments as early as possible so that we can incorporate those changes into the document that will come back to the City Council at your second meeting in August. And I agree with the City Attorney that you should continue this to a date specific so we don't have to renotice it.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may just say, I think there are a couple of substantive things that we should, that I want to highlight because we might want, because they are not corrections, they are more policy type issues. One is, well, there's the question Monica wanted to think about. There's the question I raised about the height plus or minus the 2 feet that I would appreciate Mr. Biggs thinking about. A third one is that in the vertical articulations, it specifies that where, and this is in several of the sections, John, where the facade exceeds the normal maximum that we want, we require separation into primary facades and secondary facades. Mm-hmm. And we define the facade bay as being a minimum of 3 feet deep, but we don't say anything about how wide it should be and whether that should be a percentage of the bigger facade or something, I don't know. But, you know, it kind of makes you wonder, okay, if they do a 3 feet deep by 1 foot wide, is that sufficient? And again, just trying to be absolutely clear on objective standards so we don't get caught on things. You already know about the window height issue. And I think those are the really, really made more significant or potentially significant questions. And then the distinction of, do we want to try and show or adhere to this idea of using CD and CDR3 as a diagram where we show the 30 feet versus relying on stories? And you know that there's a long history in this city of problems about dealing with stories versus measurable height. So I think that's a change. And some of this, I'm sorry, is changes because they were changes made in redoing that. And there's a huge amount of new stuff here that's very good. And I have about another 30 hours of work in working on this. And so I'm sorry I didn't get it to you ahead of time, but it's, you know, not my only job either. And I was doing my best to get it done as soon as I could, but couldn't get it to you ahead of time.
No, message received, Vice Mayor Enander. So what I actually, just based on your comments, I actually am gonna, because if we're gonna make a motion to continue this to a date certain, I'm wondering, Mr. Biggs, I'm gonna throw this question to you, if you think we should do a study session before we actually bring it back to our regular council meeting.
Well, do you
think, Mr. Biggs, that what you've heard so far and possible additional input from the public we could cover at a regular city council meeting? Because some of this to me sounds like policy discussion, which sometimes a study session lends itself to better than a regular meeting.
I think from what I've heard so far that it would be better to just go back to a regular city council meeting, incorporating the input of council members, Councilmember Nander, others, and the members of the public into the document.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang, I'll take your last comment, then entertain a motion to continue this to a date certain. Go ahead.
I was going to ask the question if a study session, because there are some conflicting informations, because like on page 103, we have 2 different heights. So making sure that, is it a typo or is it a discussion that the council needs to decide? Things like that.
No, so I already asked that study session question. So, but what I do want us all to do is send these questions or meet one-on-one with staff so that they can help us get there by the time we're going to hear this again. So we have 6 weeks. Members of the public, we are going to have a 6-week break between meetings. So let's take full advantage of that, in addition to taking well-deserved breaks. Councilmember Meadows, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Biggs and Mr. Persicone if this break before it comes back to us, are there any projects that might squeeze in and not then you know, be beholden to our soon-to-be objective standards, or is that not a risk that we face?
What's on the horizon, Guido, for the I think the second Planning Commission meeting in June, or excuse me, August?
It would only be if we have an SB 35 or a SB 330 project, which I don't know if we do. Really,
yeah, right now, new projects coming in under SB 330, we can only do what's on our checklist, which is objective, but this ordinance will provide for more objective standards. So
there's a couple, there's a 50-unit project that's does not have to follow the objective standards. And then there's a 4-unit project coming in that will be going to public hearing in August, September. Those are the two off the top of my head. So,
what was the first, a 50-unit project you said?
Yeah, at 355 First Street. That came in prior to objective standards being adopted. It's an SB 3.
Well, it's already come in though. So that's not a new risk. That already happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it doesn't have to comply with the objective standards.
Already, yes. I'm asking, are there any that might miss it because we're holding back?
Not that I'm aware of, John.
All right, thank you. That's all. That's what I wanted.
No, but you have to understand that, you know, when we get a project after January 1st, 2021, under SB 330, we're limited to only objective requirements and what's on our checklist. And we do have a checklist. So, yeah, the longer we have, it would be nice to have these objective standards codified. So they are objective standards that are on the books that we can refer to.
Thank you, and great question, Councilmember Meadows. So again, I will entertain a motion to continue this item to a date certain. Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion, Madam Mayor, to continue this item to the next council meeting, which is August 24th, I think. Yes.
I'll be glad to second the motion. Councilmember Liang.
So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Liang. Angel, can you please call the roll?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the table, please say aye. Councilmember Liang.
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
Excellent. Motion passes unanimously to continue this item until August 24th.
Thank you, Angel. And it is 9 o'clock. When we do two things, we normally take a 7-minute break, but we also decide if we're going to hear any new items after 11. And I do not support hearing any new items after 11 tonight. So whatever items we're not able to get to, we'll just have to continue to the August date. And so let's see how much we can get through between now and 11 p.m. And so with that, council members, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Are we going to take a 5-minute break?
I was going to do 7 because that's what we always do. So 7-minute break. So see you back at 9:08. I see Councilmember Weinberg, so we're all here. Angel, I see you restarted the recording. Great, so we will resume our meeting at 9:08 p.m. and we will pick up with discussion item number 8. Mr. Sandoval, will you be presenting on this item? Is Mr. Sandoval here? Mr. Kilger, is Mr. Sandoval here to present on this item, or will someone?
I am here, Madam Mayor. I apologize. Let me, my computer, of course, acts slow when I want it to act normal. Give me, okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'm Jim Sandoval, the Engineering Services Director. And by the way, my computer's been sketchy this week, so if something goes awry, I will be calling in and I have my printouts, but, and somebody else has the presentation. But we have a short presentation that will be presented momentarily by Gaku Watanabe of my staff. We both miss Jaime Rodriguez right now, who is on a family vacation, because he is intimately familiar with this project and the technical details of the speed and volume studies completed before and after construction. But the purpose for tonight of this agenda item is for council to adopt a resolution and accept Cuesta Drive traffic calming project as complete so that the city can close the project and pay the retention to contractor Redgwick Construction Company. This project was completed in accordance with the contract plans and specifications and complies with the standard specifications of the city of Los Altos. The final cost of the construction contract with Redgwick was $522,000 and $279.68. All work was completed and is acceptable per the contract agreement. On May 28th, 2019, the council approved the project with the goal of reducing the 85th percentile speed to an enforceable speed of less than 30 miles per hour, which was achieved with post-project measured average speeds of 25 to 28 miles per hour. And this is specifically on Cuesta. The nearest 5 mile per hour speed is enforceable. So the nearest speed to the 25 to 28 mile per hour range would be 25 miles per hour. So now those signs are enforceable for speeders on Cuesta. To further, and then Gaku will kind of get into talking about the project. Cars slow down to about 15 miles per hour at each speed table, and then they speed up in between, resulting in the averages I just noted. So I understand there's been a lot of public feedback on the project design. The Complete Streets Commission received a lot of this feedback during staff's agenda item on the completion of the project, April 28th, 2021. To advertise that meeting, we sent out over 10,000 citywide mailers to all households in the city. We also put up sandwich board community meeting notices at the project site ahead of time. The Complete Streets Commission recommendations were to observe the operation of the speed tables along Cuesta Drive, including the vehicle volumes of adjacent streets through the fall of 2021, and then return back to them with feedback. They also recommended complete striping and signage improvements during the current summer that we're in. So there were some additional striping and signage measures recommended by the community and ultimately by the commission, which we're in the process of doing. So without further ado, I'm gonna let Gaku share his screen and give you a little bit more information on the project.
Thank you, Jim. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Again, my name is Gaku Watanabe with Engineering Department with the Transportation team. I'll go ahead and share my screen here we go. Okay, so I think Jim covered a lot about this project, but hopefully I can provide a little bit more background to everyone, especially people joining us from the community. So here we go. Let's see. So project design started back in 2018. It used to be a design with raised intersection along Cuesta Drive to reduce speed so that we can bring down the speed limit or average speed of this corridor down to enforceable speed. I was unfortunately not here in 2018, so I don't have a full picture of the design process for the raised intersection, but basically this raised intersection was scrapped due to community feedback and commission input. And in 2019, when Jaime came on board, and at the same time I did, new concept plan to install speed humps and speed table along Cuesta Drive and Articulated Drive was introduced. And in 2020, last year, in the fall, winter, we started construction and completed it. And in 2021, during April, we did our first post-construction evaluation, and we're looking to hopefully accept the project, as Jim mentioned. Here are some highlights of the project. I'll have a closer up pictures later in the presentation, but from our left, there's the Cuesta speed tables. There's a flat top along the humps, so thus we call it the speed table. And along Articulated Drive, we have the traditional speed hump. We install various all-way stop in various project location. I will be going over that in a couple of slides. And I'd say the biggest addition to this project was the pedestrian pathway along Cuesta Drive, north side of the Cuesta Drive between Campbell Avenue and South Clark Avenue. This area is a suggested route to school, and it serves 2 school communities. So it is very crucial to provide walking and cycling children, to provide them with safety. And moving on, as I mentioned earlier, this was the existing condition before our project, and right now what we had popped up is the new all-stop location. As you can see, there's 2, Covington School and Springer School. These are the locations of speed tables along Cuesta Drive and speed humps along Articulated Drive. The number you see from our left side, 341, these are just parcel number, just so we have an accurate location of where each humps and tables are. And the number you see in red and blue, number 1, 2, 3, and so on, is we just number it each table so that we can identify in case we need to talk about specific one. We start numbering from Almonte side. This is the speed data we collected pre-construction and post-construction. The most important data is along Cuesta Drive. As you can see, 2019 data, which is the unhighlighted number. Is my mouse cursor in the screen? Can you see my mouse cursor?
Yes.
Okay, so my mouse cursor is hovering the 2019 data, which is 35 to 34 mile per hour. These 2 numbers represent the eastbound and westbound direction. And as you can see, after construction, we managed to reduce it down to 28, 25, and the same things happens to the east side of the corridor, down to 26, 28 from 36, 35. And we see similar data on Articulated Drive as well. We did collect data all over the area, just so we can observe we didn't cause any negative impact to neighboring street as a result of this project. Along with the speed data, we also collected traffic volumes in order to observe any negative effects in terms of volume to nearby streets. We fielded many inputs from the community saying that if we put speed tables along Cuesta Drive, there's going to be cars that use adjacent streets such as San Luis Avenue, Benvenue, Paco. So that's why we collected these data. However, as we all know, the traffic data count had drastic changes over the COVID effect. So the data we have aren't very reliable to kind of figure out what the effect of speed tables and speed humps, because they were reduced by such a large margin, mostly because the COVID environment instead of the speed table. But we do have these information. And as you can see, following my cursor, San Luis Avenue, Benvenue, all the side streets, they did have reduction in volume, which is expected. So I just wanted to go over the current status. As Jim mentioned, we did go to Complete Streets Commission regular meeting of April 28th, where we invited the public to provide us input and have the commission discuss and provide us with recommendation. The recommendation was to continue the observation process of these speed tables, especially the speed table. Basically, all the inputs we received on this project was targeted toward the speed table. So the recommendation from the commission was to continue the observation period for the speed tables along Cuesta Drive and do additional vehicle volume study as we ease out of the COVID environment. And on the short term, we are doing signage and striping improvements for these speed tables to help drivers notice the speed tables better instead of hitting it without noticing them. So the item we have before us is project acceptance, and this does not mean if it gets passed, this does not mean we're done with the speed tables. Even if we accept the project today, we will be coming back to Complete Streets Commission in the fall to review, reevaluate the community input and make any necessary changes upon discussion. And any changes that we do decide to make after fall meeting does not fall onto the current contractor who did their who completed their job as directed. And I do have some close-up photos that we can take a look. This is the speed table on Cuesta Drive, speed hump on Arboleda Drive. This is the walkway on north side of Cuesta. Here's another shot of the walkway. Here's another shot of the Cuesta speed table. Let me try to use the pen feature. As part of the signage and striping improvement that I mentioned earlier, as you can see with my red pen, this is a standard signage we have here, speed hump and 50 mile per hour signage here. And back here is the one facing the other direction. We are making that double-sided so that we so that the vehicle traveling is more aware of the speed table coming up. So this sign will be double-sided, so people coming in this direction will be able to see it. And the next slide. So this is the striping change. Unfortunately, we couldn't complete it before this meeting, so I didn't have a completed photo. But as you can see here, this is the standard striping we have for the up chevron sign, and we are adding a new one. We didn't complete it yet. This is just like a pre-marking that will be installed. And also we are adding right here, 12-inch white line here as well, just to help with the visual of the speed table. And with that, I will hand it over to either Jim or back to the council.
Thank you, Gaku. I just want to say that that was Gaku's first full public presentation to a governing body. And so great job, Gaku. And we want to open it up to any questions for either of us.
Yeah, where you been hiding this guy, Jim?
Thank you so much, Gaku or Mr. Watanabe.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kilger.
I think the city attorney and I want to put some quotation marks on the last comments by Gaku.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I really want to emphasize, based on the large number of public comments we received, both in favor and concerns expressed with the speed tables, that staff has determined that the the contractors have complied with the terms of the agreement, and staff also determined they complied with the direction received by the council at the beginning of the project. Some people have raised questions on that. With that said, these are usually consent items, and so therefore, staff's recommendation is it is appropriate to go ahead and close out the contract. If for any reason the council believes that additional analysis or review relative to these speed bumps needs to be conducted, that's a new project, and there's no reason that staff cannot proceed with looking into these, as both Jim and Gaku indicated, and come back to you at a later meeting. At the moment, the Complete Streets Commission had said give it several months. Council can obviously request to come back sooner to you. So that's my comment. City Attorney, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
No, you covered everything. And one thing that you know, we need to accept this project as final because it has complied with the bid, public works contract, the bids and specs, and under the public contract contract that we have with them, you know, we've done the final inspection, the staff, the city engineers have accepted the work, and so you know, they're recommending to the city to accept the contract, and then that triggers all sorts of other, you know, we record a resolution that triggers some civil code provisions about stop work and payments, you know, but at this point, this contract has been completed pursuant to the bids and specs. If after review in 6 months or more, Complete Streets recommends a new project, that would be a new project that would go through a bidding process with a whole new scope. And so anyway, it doesn't mean that that can't happen, but it can't happen under this contract. So I agree with the city manager.
Thank you both, and thanks for giving us that information. Very important. I'm going to follow up with 2 questions and then see if other council members have questions. So just to confirm, the narrow scope of what we're approving tonight is a contract that we hired a contractor to perform, and they've completed the work under that contract. And so that's what we're approving. And the second part of, I want to confirm before I go to my question, is if council determines tonight that it actually wants staff to go back and reassess, for example, the height of these speed tables or other features of the speed tables, that's a separate direction we can give to staff to start tomorrow, as opposed to what the Complete Streets Commission may have recommended, which is revisit this a few months from now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And so my second question, you know, we have heard from many members of the public about the height of the speed tables not reflecting the approved heights that council did. And so if staff could please address that, because the question from the public may be, well, did the contractor really perform pursuant to the terms of the contract if the height is above what council had approved?
Staff's position is they did comply. Jim, is that correct?
Yes. I can flesh out the answer to that. They complied. That the goal that council had when the project was approved was to meet an enforceable speed limit of 25 miles per hour, less than 30 miles per hour for the 85th percentile that would allow us to enforce the speeds on that street. That goal has been met. When the contractor installed the speed humps, they were installed to specification, but the speed goal was not met. So we worked with the contractor to adjust some of the speed tables so that the desired goal of less than 30 miles per hour would be achieved, which it has been.
Thank you. So again, the consultant or the contractor did the work that they were hired to do at our direction.
That is correct.
Thank you. Let's see, council member, who do we have? Anne-Marie LaRocca, is that a member of the public that's on our panelists list? I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Enander, and for members of the public, we will get to you shortly. We normally take questions from council members first before we go to members of the public. Vice Mayor?
So I think this would go a long way to helping some members of.
Can't hear you, Anita. You froze. I know you're having issues.
Turning off my video again. I think something that would help the public, some of the public, have more confidence in the statement that the tables have been completed according to spec would be if you could, one of you, and Mr. Watanabe seems really good with that fancy pen and writing on a diagram. If you could explain, if someone wanted to go out, if you were to go out to verify the height of a table, how would you do that?
We can answer that. Gaku, could you share the slide that depicts your measurements?
Great.
Right there. So, it's okay. Gaku, why don't you go ahead and explain, since you have the cursor and you're pretty good at drawing.
Okay, so here is the measurement we got here. We took this 2 weeks ago and another time yesterday. I went out there to take measurements. Let's see if I can use the pen to do this. So we have speed table, which has the rise and a flat top and goes down here. So this is the direction of vehicle. So what I did with Jaime out there is we actually use a string here with a level, a bubble level on the string, so that we can make sure this string is leveled to the earth. And then we take the measurement with the tape measure from the ground. Sorry for my hand-drawn, mouse-drawn here, but that's the method we used. I've tried in the past using a very long straight edge to measure this, but I ended up being unsuccessful with that, since you need a very, very long straight edge. But that is the method, and the data we have here is, let's see. So as you can see, A is, let me draw a line here. Drawing. So this is the vehicle path, and this is the other direction. So A represents the string being drawn from this angle right here, and B represents this angle right here. So we have 3.2 right here and 4.9. We actually average this number to get the actual height. The reason why we have such a different measurement here is because Cuesta Drive is not flat. It drains down to Springer Road. So it will actually look something like this as opposed to the one I drew earlier. So when you do the flat string, maybe when you use this flat string, you have a different, much larger height at B than A. Sorry for the kind of hand-drawn explanation here, but this is the method we used prior to this meeting in terms of getting the measurement of the speed table.
Terrific. And can you explain C and D also?
C and D, C and D measurement does not affect vehicle because no vehicle is coming from the side of the street and onto it. But we did take that measurement as well, just because we've been fielding, we fielded few residents who took their own measurement, and they were way above what we have. So this is what we assume to be the kind of measurement that were taken. This is because so this is, we see kind of absurd numbers such as 9 and 8.5 because roadway is naturally crowned. So when you this will be hard when you have a speed table and take measurement toward the side, you have a very large kind of elevation difference.
Yeah. That's a slice perpendicular to the direction.
Right. So are A and B at the midpoint of the table where basically the double yellow line would be if there was such a thing?
That is correct. There is the double yellow line at the middle of the street.
Thank you. That was terrific.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you. Gaku, could I trouble you to put up the picture, the one where you're going to complete the arrow painting?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I'm glad that you're going to be adding more arrows, but in San Jose, they use some sort of paint that has a reflective type of thing. So when you're driving at night, it kind of has like these little beads, similar to what we have on our green striping. Is there a chance we could get that type of paint to put in place as we complete this project with the additional striping?
I will have to check to see what kind of product this is, but I can definitely look out for that one.
Yeah, because San Jose always talks about how wonderful that is and how reflective that is. So if we could use that, I think it'll help with visual, especially in the evening, as well as with the shading from the trees. So greatly appreciate that. If you reach out to San Jose, I'm sure they could give you that information.
Gaku, I thought we were using reflective thermoplastic.
These are thermoplastic. As far as I know, that's kind of the best product out there. I could see if there's any ones that are reflective. Thermoplastic, these do come with beads, but I'm not an expert on the types of thermoplastic products out there. So I'll definitely take a look, but this is what we are installing is thermoplastic, and it's one of the high quality paints or markings out there. So, but yeah, I'll definitely have to take a look.
Okay, the other question I have is on Arboleda, you have the diamond in the middle, right?
Correct.
So it seems like there's more visual to seeing that it's coming up. Is there a chance that we could do that similar to Cuesta?
That is definitely an option, but we do want to avoid kind of overcrowding it because we are adding another arrow. Let's see, another arrow here and another diamond in the middle.
Oh, okay.
Anything at the top wouldn't make sense because the cards won't see it anyways.
Okay.
It would be maybe in this area, but I feel like it might be overcrowding. But I can consult with our traffic engineer to see if that is a viable option.
Okay. Enhancing visual is important. So I just want to try to see what else we can do to help that, or perhaps some sort of, you know, those reflective spots that we put when we have bike reflectors or whatever. Like
right.
Okay,
like markers,
thank you.
Plastic markers.
Yes, thank you.
Love Gaku giving us the right jargon. Thank you. So I don't see any other council members with their hands raised. And so I want us to go to members of the public to comment on this item. And again, I think council tried to address some of the questions we have already received from members of the public. So hopefully that will address some of the comments that were planned. Angel, how many members of the public do we have with their hands raised?
6 and growing, 10. If you're a member of the public and wish to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature so we can get a good count. We're at 12 and rising.
Okay, and I think Anne-Marie, who's listed as a panelist, she also is a member of the public who would like to comment. And so based on the number of hands raised, let's go ahead and the time, let's go ahead and give each speaker a minute.
Gaku, can you please take down your screen, please? You said a minute, Mayor?
Yes, Angel, thank you.
Our first speaker is named Suresh Babu. Suresh, can you try unmuting yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, the council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Suresh. I'm a long-term resident, lived on Cuesta for over 20 years now. And just to highlight what a difference the traffic calming measure has made. Speeds down, volume down, that could be COVID, hazards down, safety up, not only for people who live there, but also for all the students who use Cuesta regularly to get to schools, and for people who go to just for the general public. So I think this is a model of how community-driven input and the city can work together to make our city safe. So everyone who believes in safe streets and safe neighborhoods should go ahead and heartily approve this measure. I think the only folks who believe that they're entitled to drive through neighborhoods at speeds of 35 to 40 and who have no idea what speed tables are designed to do are the only ones complaining so far. So in short, I cannot believe that these things need to be stated, but I support these measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh.
I have no idea why that's still going on. As you can see, I've closed the timer.
Put your computer on mute.
I will be excusing myself and entering back in so you guys can continue your meeting.
I will continue on, Angel. Join us when you can. Suresh, you just perfect. So Jim is the next speaker. Jim, if you can hear me, go ahead. You have a minute, up to a minute.
I solved the problem.
Wait, don't start the time yet, Angel. Jim?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
Hi. So now that I understand what you guys are doing and not signing off from this for the future, I guess my comments are, I live right in front of one of the speed tables on Cuesta Drive. And I'm concerned about the height. I like the fact that traffic is slowed down on the street, and that's great. I think maybe we've overdone it. When I was seeing what Gaku was presenting, it looks like the measurements are taken in the middle of the street, at the high point of the street. And if you looked at it, the middle of the lane where the cars are driving, or even on the right-hand side where the right-hand wheel goes, it's a bigger gap. So I think we've got some measurement things to take care of and look at. Like I said, I think these things are too high. From my perspective, living right in front of one, it creates a lot of noise. I hear cars whacking them all the time, and I hear cars accelerating after they've slowed down all the time. And it's, it's unpleasant, but it's not the end of the world, I guess. It's also a little bit unsafe because a number of drivers drive around them, and you need to take that into account. And if they're lower, you'll have lower incidence of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Our next speaker is by the name of T. Couture. T, could you try muting yourself?
Hi, this is Terry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I just want to thank the residents for proposing this, and I want to thank the City Council for finally getting it done. It has slowed down the traffic. It's even slowed down the traffic on Campbell because now everybody has to stop at the stop sign. The crosswalk announcers haven't been ruined quite as many times, but I sure wish that every resident and every traveler in Los Altos would obey the speed limit signs. There's numbers of mothers who speed down every street they can find because they don't wake up in time to get their kids to school. The rest of us would like to have everybody go the speed limit. If you did that, we wouldn't even need all these darn bumps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry.
Our next speaker, Jaya. Jaya, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Jaya Kamath, a longtime resident of Los Altos. Residents in our neighborhood have worked for years and spent countless hours with the city, attending design sessions, have met with Complete Streets Commission, and with one and only one goal: to make our community and neighborhood streets safe. The speed tables on Cuesta and the complementary speed humps on Arboleda were put in place last year, and they're working. Traffic for most part has slowed to safer speeds. We can pull out of our driveways safely. Our children can bike and walk to school without being endangered by reckless speeders. And most part, we don't see truck traffic anymore. I know there are complainers because they want to go at 25 miles an hour on the speed bumps, but they are designed to go at 15 miles. I urge you to approve and close out this project. The calming measures are working. Per the Los Altos City mission, we have safe streets for all, pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers.
Thank you, Jaya.
Our next speaker, Janet Corrigan. Janet.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Enander, and City Council members for the opportunity to speak. I understand the scope of your decision today, but I am not a fan of these speed tables, and I'm not sure that you can close out the contract either, because the speed tables are causing cars to bottom out and damage the road. And I've sent you photos to that effect. The other issue is, and I do mean this with all due respect to everyone, I understand speeders. I live on a street where people speed, but homeowners who bought on Cuesta and nearby got a discount for their homes because they were not on a quiet street. They had notice and opportunity to buy homes elsewhere, and they should not be permitted to convert this emergency route to El Camino Hospital into a private street by making it impassable at the posted speed limit. And I would request that the City Council go back, tell the Complete Street Commission to go back to the drawing board, review the police recommendation for the speed limit that would enable them to use radar to ticket speeders. That's the way to handle speed. And as for the goal to reduce traffic by diverting it to other streets, that's not a proper goal. It's not fair to the residents who live on adjacent streets, and it's not fair to the others who use the emergency route to commute. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Kelly Berman.
Hi, good evening. I am a resident of one of the adjacent streets to Cuesta, and I just wanted to join and express my support for this project. I submitted a public comment, so I won't reread it to you, but when I was discussing it at dinner, my 9-year-old asked if she could join and give her comment. So I'm going to give the floor to her, who she's way past her bedtime. Go ahead, Adelina.
Hi, my name is Adelina. I am going to the 4th grade at Covington Elementary. In the 2nd grade, I always wanted to walk home on my own, but one of the biggest reasons I couldn't was because of traffic and speeding. After overhearing that there were tons of debates, meetings, and construction projects, speed bumps were put on my street. In the 3rd grade, I was finally walking home on my own thanks to the speed bumps. But that was not the important part. The important part was that people of all ages can now walk, run, bike, scooter, skateboard, and much more safely. If we were to take out the speed bumps, this would please keep our speed bumps. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Jim Davidson. Jim, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I had a few concerns with this. First, as others have mentioned, was the extra height. And this seems to have been worked out on the fly, which is never a good strategy when doing this kind of thing. Second is the target 15-mile-an-hour speed when crossing these bumps. This is kind of contrary to the notion of traffic calming, where you want consistent speeds uniformly rather than traffic speeding up and slowing down. That hasn't been a problem yet because, of course, there wasn't a lot of traffic during the shutdown. A third issue I would mention is that if you want to see an example where something like this works, I think Stanford Avenue in Palo Alto is a somewhat better one where the traffic flows more smoothly in an area that is otherwise pretty similar to Cuesta. And that's about all that I have to say.
Thanks, Jim.
Our next speaker, Roberta. Roberta, you there?
Yes, hi, this is Roberta.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I am very concerned about this project because I think it really is overkill. I understand the desire for the residents to live there to have, the traffic slow down. But the fact of the matter is I do drive that. I do use it for the route to the hospital and all the medical centers. And in the beginning, it was supposed to be 3.5 inches, and people have measured it, and the staff has measured it. It's up to 9 inches. You cannot drive more than 15 miles an hour. There's less than 6 seconds between each bump or each stop sign. And it's sort of like you're riding on a roller coaster. And the signage really is not adequate at all. And I'm concerned about closing out the project and coming back next year to try to fix the problem, because everything always takes 2 years or 3 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Our next speaker, Andrew. Andrew, are you there?
Hi, thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. So I live on Cuesta for about 12 years and grew up on Springer Road. So I'm no stranger to fast driving cars. So my threshold is pretty high, but look, if the goal is to calm the traffic, it's working. I fully support it. I have low riding sedans. I have teenagers that drive. We have no issues. Look, and if you're banging your car, scraping your Tesla battery, you're just going too fast. It's like as simple as that from my perspective. Unless you live on Cuesta, you just don't understand how many cars speed down this street. So to be honest, I'm just kind of tired of the complaining, because for me, it's about safety. That's number one priority. I still kind of wonder why we're talking about this. Needless to say, I'm fully supporting of this. I love the idea of the added striping and visual cues. I think that will be a huge improvement. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that. So thank you for all the efforts in this project.
Thanks, Andrew.
We have 3 speakers left. The next one is Chang.
Is that right?
Chang, you there? I'm getting a pop-up on my end that says that Chang is on an older version of Ring Central and I cannot unmute her.
So Chang, if you can hear us, unfortunately, we're not able to have you speak at the meeting because of the Ring Central version you're using. So if you have a comment, please feel free to email it to council members or to the public comment at losaltosca.gov. Did I get that right? Yes, email address.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Our second to last speaker, Polly Siegel.
Hello?
There you go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with speed bumps, but I'm not fine with speed bumps that high. I commute on that road on my bike, and the speed bumps encroach onto the non-existent shoulder on the road. And so basically I'm forced to go over them at an angle. They're hidden by shaded trees. So sometimes they're hard to see, even with enhanced striping or whatever, it's still gonna be hard to see. And so I really think you need to fix these. And in our car, we have to slow down to 7 miles an hour. I cannot go over those more than 7 miles an hour without scraping the bottom of the car. So I really would like to request that you redo the speed humps so they're more in line with the speed humps elsewhere, and that you pave the shoulders along the entire length of the road so that cyclists, including kids, have safe passage and don't have to worry about crashing when they hit hidden sloped pavement, and that you paint the speed bumps so they're visible from far away. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Polly. And I see, don't forget, Angel, we still have the individual who is on the panelist side.
Right. I will get to her last, and staff did ask me to give her a panelist link. So I just want to clarify that it's not just random panelist link out there. Dan Cohen. Dan, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm the one that sent it. I'm the one that sent in the heights. I saw what was presented. I don't agree with that data. I went out with a trained mechanical engineer and more sophisticated equipment than a string and a level. I'd love for you to go out with me. We weren't measuring the sides. It's 8.5 inches on the bumps near El Monte. Even what was shown in the table is way over spec. I have a nerve injury. It makes it impossible for me to use that street. It's inaccessible to me. I should, as a resident of Los Altos, be able to drive on our city streets. Higher is not better. There seems to be a perception of that. The city's own data on Arboleda shows there was a greater reduction there with 3.5 bumps than what's been shown on Cuesta. I don't think we should pay for something that was done over the spec, and we should go back to 3.5 inches. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Looks like we have one more public speaker, Drew Hoffman.
Yes, hi. I live in Los Altos and I support Dan Cohen. I think that we should go back to the contractor and enforce the spec, and he should go back on his own nickel and make sure that the speed humps are within spec. I think the objectives of this are great. I think we want to reduce the speed. That's not the issue, but there's all these unintended consequences to this that people have talked about that need to be addressed. And if a contract is let out to a contractor to meet certain specs, they should meet those specs. It's just contractual, it's legal, it's ethical, and it's the fair thing to do for the community. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Drew.
All right, and moving over to our panelist list, Anne Marie. You should be able to unmute yourself or even turn on your video if you like.
Thank you. I'll forego video. So thanks, everyone. I want to make a couple of corrections. First, 25% of the residents on Cuesta bought Cuesta land when it was a dead-end street. So 80% of these residents purchased on Cuesta when Cuesta was half the volume of pre-COVID levels. So let's make sure we have that one clear. This has been 8 years in the making. Thank you, everyone, for their efforts. Kelly and your daughter, you made my day. Thank you. Emergency vehicles can now pass easier on Cuesta, believe it or not, because it's not backed up car to car. One thing I do want to request is the shadowing. Something about the season or the time of year, I'm not sure, but the shadowing is very serious. And we do have surprise events every day. Drivers well-intended don't see them. And I think maybe something on the approach would do a better job than something on the hump. But that is something I would like to request. And then lastly, you know, again, this has been very effective on the speeds. Everybody's spoken to that point. I don't know if I can ask a question here, but when is this over? When is this complete? When are we done? If somebody could speak to that protocol, I'd really appreciate it, because this ongoing amateur coming in at the last minute, downgrading residents online needs to stop.
Thank you. Thanks, Em. Okay, so that was our last public speaker. So I will bring it back to council for discussion. And again, you know, not to repeat everything that was said when we're asking staff question, but it's a very narrow question for us tonight. And we heard from staff that the contractor performed as directed by staff and as required under the contract. So my inclination is, and you know, we normally have our discussion, is to support approving, adopting the resolution, accepting completion of the project, and then also consider a separate motion to direct staff to immediately look at this additional feedback and input we've received from the community on the height and the other concerns raised, to see if we do need to take corrective steps to lower those speed humps and anything else. And I understand if that's the decision that's made, then we would need to go out to bid for a separate contract, because that scope would not fall under the contract we're approving tonight. So with that, Councilmember Weinberg, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based upon staff's representations that the contractor has fulfilled their obligations according to the specifications given to them by the city, I move that the council adopt resolution number 2021-XX, entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos accepting completion and directing the Engineering Services Director to file a notice of acceptance of completion of the Cuesta Drive Traffic Calming Project TS-01022.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Weinberg. Is there a second to the motion before we go to discussion?
I'd be glad to second the motion. The other thing, Mayor,
we have to make the record. So we have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. Now that we have a motion on the floor, the discussion has to focus on the motion.
Well, I was just going to ask earlier, is that I noticed we had the chair of Complete Streets on, and it would have been nice to have at least asked him if he would like to make a comment. So that was my only thing I was going to add earlier.
No, great comment. And I don't see Mr. Maloof. Let me find him. Is he on the attendee list?
Yes.
Mr. Maloof, I know you're not shy. So if you would like to comment on anything that has been discussed and add anything additional, we always welcome your input.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I really have nothing to add. I think the comments from the public were fantastic, and Gaku and Jim did a fantastic presentation, pretty much reflecting what this commission has made recommendations for. So we've listened to the community. I think this project has met its objectives, but we're not walking away. We've given recommendations to the city staff to keep an eye and measure the improvements over the next 6 months, and then come back and make recommendations for additional stripings or changing of heights, whatever that really means at that point in time. But for this, at this moment in time, I think this project has met its desired objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Maloof. So going back to the panelists link, I see Vice Mayor Enander, you're next in line, discussing the motion that's been placed on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this motion, and my question to the, I have two questions. One to the city attorney as to whether we should incorporate, if we do want additional staff work done, do we need to incorporate that in this motion, or do we need to make a separate motion? That's my first question. And then my second question to staff is whether there can be an analysis on the, if you will, the geometries of design that reflect the kind of crowning that we have in this kind of street and what we've learned from that as we have deal with the complaints and issues about how tall this really is. So I'd like to hear
you would adopt the resolution accepting this as complete, and then that resolution gets recorded with the county and starts all the civil code timelines. The other thing would be a separate motion, which would be giving direction. And I'm not going to even try to get into geometry.
That's definitely one for staff, and I'll take that up after we deal with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I'm going to support the motion. Thank you to staff actually for the excellent report, and Mr. Watanabe. Hopefully we'll see you again at some point. So I do want to say that I believe that the commission should we should follow the commission's recommendations and let them do the work that they have planned to do as follow-up with this project. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. So we do have a motion and all council members have commented on the motion. And so with that, Angel, can we please go ahead and call the roll on the motion?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please say aye. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Aye.
And Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously to adopt the completion of Cuesta Drive traffic project.
Thank you, Angel. And then I will entertain a motion based on the discussion so far. It appears at least majority of us would support a motion directing staff to do additional analysis. I heard from Councilmember Meadows going with the Complete Streets Commission's recommendation, which is to look at it 6 months from now. I actually support moving forward immediately and not wait 6 months. But I'm open to seeing if there's further discussion or if someone's ready to make a motion to direct staff. So looking at Councilmember Weinberg, is that your hand from before, or are you ready to make another motion, or do you want to discuss the point?
It was from earlier, but I will make a quick comment on the point. As a liaison to the Complete Streets Commission, I've watched their deliberations. This is something that they have taken a lot of input on and have given a lot of consideration to. I really think that they have their pulse upon both the tension between the community and what staff has done and the additional data that we need to get, especially as we're moving out of the pandemic. So my inclination would be to follow Councilmember Meadows' lead based upon what I've seen from the CSC. If they're recommending, let's see what this is like in 6 months, I would be inclined to use that time period.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to weigh on the two different approaches?
Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to go first? Or do you have anything to say?
No, go ahead, you go first.
Okay. I feel like the mayor, we should move this up. I think that we need to have some periodic reporting back to, and I'd like reporting back to the council about the additional work that's being done to help with striping. I know I've driven that road. I tried to drive it only twice so that I wasn't adding to the traffic, but I did drive it once in the middle of the day, and obviously the table that is closest to Springer is right under a big shade tree, a big tree that hangs over the road. And man, even though I knew it was coming, I have, where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. So things that we can do to help that. But I think it is the geometries of the table, because when I drove over them, I went, these are not built like any tables I've ever been over. And I think it's partly because of the crowning on the road. I hope that our staff would take up the offer of one of our community members to go out and do some measurements and look at the total 3D geometries of where the the car travel is over the tables and what may be problematic and what adjustments might be made, just because they are really funky. I'm sorry, they are funky. So, and I won't put that word in the motion, but I'd like to do it sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng, I don't see your hand raised.
I'd be glad to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
So, because I let her go first. One of the residents said, when is this over? So if this is going to make it over sooner, then I understand your motion. And we need to address it and put this, you know, make everyone happy and not have to constantly have people come back. So if it's gonna, because we were gonna just prolong it. And I think what happens is, let's just move forward and take care of it and, you know, try to put everything to rest.
Thanks, Councilmember Lee Eng. I have nothing to add, but I'm open to a motion. Vice Mayor Enander or Councilmember Weinberg, you're at different places. Mr. Sandoval, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a clarification on something that Chair Maloof mentioned about 6 months. And the 6 months, returning to the commission in 6 months was from April. So they said fall 2021, but 6 months is technically into October, which is the fall.
Thanks for that clarification, Mr. Sandoval. Vice Mayor Enander, based on the discussion, I think the majority is leaning towards a more immediate step by staff. So do you want to put that motion on the floor?
Well, I think given Mr. Sandoval's clarification, what I would say is that we would like to direct staff to move, to continue to refine the installation with respect to striping and signage and whatever else they have planned, and that they go out and look at the 3D construct of path of travel and determine whether there is a way to improve the feel and effect of these tables, with the goal of bringing the entire matter to conclusion by October 31st.
So I'm going to do a friendly amendment because I wouldn't want the motion to have a date, a hard date, because then if that doesn't change, that if we have to change it or adjust it, then they're going to have to come back to us. So if you could just revise it to maybe say, to aim to bring it back to us by October, that at least gives them
with a goal to bring the entire matter to closure by October 31st.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I think that the Councilmember Liang, I'm very sensitive to what she said and what a number of the residents have said. We really do need to be like done.
Mr. Sandoval or Mr. Kilger?
Well, I think Mr. Sandoval was going to ask, but my question is, do you want to go through Complete Streets Commission prior to coming to council?
Yes, we all value their expertise and have been looking at this very closely. So
then I'll turn it over to Mr. Sandoval in terms of the timing.
Okay, well, I just want to get more clarification on what the council means by closed, because we need to finish some of the enhancements we're currently working on with striping and signage. We need to survey this. So we're talking about geometric measurements. I mean, the best thing is just to bring in our city surveyor and survey, completely do a topographic survey of the tables, which we'll do. All of this takes a little time, and then, coming up with, continuing to observe speeds and traffic volume and and brainstorm enhancements we can make with all of this data we're gathering. That's going to take a few months just to kind of gather this data and to have enough data to make an effective recommendation for a solution. So I guess my question is do you want a design solution by October, or do you want like the thing designed and fixed by October? Because the latter question would be awfully challenging, because we may have to go hire a contractor to make the improvements, and that process alone takes several months.
I understand that. I think the goal is to try and be done the end of October. We don't know until you've done those things that you just talked about whether there should be a change, and if so, what that change should be. So it might well be that, you know, if you decide there needs to be some adjustments and you're going to have to go out for a contractor for adjustments, that you don't make the end of October, and I think we would all understand that. But to set it as a goal and then deal with the eventualities once you have the data that you're seeking, I think is understandable and certainly fine with me. I don't know if we need to change the motion.
I mean, I understood the motion, and Mr. Sandoval, we don't have a second yet, but just to underscore the point, it's really, you know, starting now to do this analysis and assessment, and also to do the visual improvements that have been discussed. And I know you've already started that. And so if come October, the design solution to implement it will require additional time, I think that's understandable, but it's starting now to do this assessment on the height and what we're hearing, as opposed to doing this in 6 months or by October when the CSC had recommended. We want, you know, if there are issues that need to be resolved regarding the height and reconciling that with the effectiveness of the speed humps or the speed tables, that's the type of work we would expect staff to start immediately, as opposed to doing that assessment in October. Okay, so
that's been the intention to date, and your feedback actually gives us more to work with. So thank you.
And then just to friendly amendment to the motion, just to clarify that it will be going to Complete Streets prior to coming back to council. And I'd be glad to second.
Thank you, and I accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
And so, Councilmember Liang, you second it with the amendment. So, Angel, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Liang. Could you please go ahead and call the roll?
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kilger.
Councilmember Weinberger?
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Forgive me, but I'm confused. This motion is asking staff to do this geometric survey. I'm not quite sure what that's planning to tell us, what it's trying to accomplish. And outside of that, I don't understand what the motion is asking staff to do that's not already being done.
Specifically, to look at the geometry and the way that they handled measurement of the tables, which, although in spec for the design, may not in fact be the functional height that drivers are experiencing. And if that is causing problems and is demonstrably causing problems, what changes, if any, would resolve those problems while still sustaining the successful goal of the project, which was to reduce the speed.
So we want the survey done because we don't trust the measurements that staff took?
It's not a matter of not trusting the measurements. The question is whether the design, given the crowning on that street, which is very significant, the crowning and the difference in height between the center of the street and the side of the street is such that the way the tables were built in 3D, given that crowning, may cause some anomalies in how the cars actually experience those tables when they're driving on the sides, even though it's measured in the center of the street. So what the cars are experiencing isn't what you would expect from the engineered height that is supposed to be there.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Weinberg?
I think
I'm not sure that it does, because we're going to get the surveyor's report that gives us a set of measurements, and then what do we do with it?
No, so Councilmember Weinberg, let me share my point of view. For me, it's actually not the main focus is the height. It's not the height if it's 4.29. It's for staff and the experts to go back and reassess the speed table and the feedback we've received from the members of the public, because even if they measured it wrong, their feedback and the impacts they're feeling from the speed tables are still relevant to this analysis. So it's the balancing act of having something that's effective, because we heard from many residents about the benefits of having it, but also determining whether or not what we have today is the right shape, form, height, or could we make adjustments based on the impact we're hearing from residents to still accomplish the same goal? So are there adjustments we can make to the speed tables as they exist today to address some of the concerns we're hearing from residents? Or maybe not. They could come back to us and say, we did the analysis. If any change is made, then this is what it really means. And then council will have to make that decision on, do we want to make the changes? This is the trade-off versus keeping it the way it is. And we know what the impact we've heard already from the community. But I do think it's important for us to get this analysis done based on the feedback we're hearing from residents, to see what, if anything, can we do to alleviate the impact we're hearing from some of these residents. Councilmember Lee-Eng, I'm going to go to you and then wrap it up. We have a motion on the floor, and this is something that we all talked about, moving our meetings forward. And it's in 20.
I think it would be helpful for myself as well as Councilmember Weinberg, is if I could ask the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, because yet they both felt, my fellow council members both felt that they wanted to leave it up to the Complete Streets Commission. But I'd like to understand, would this help the process along to put closure if we move forward on this motion? So if I could just ask the chair to answer this, I would greatly appreciate that.
So Councilmember, I'm not going to have Chair Maloof come back because the CSC has already made its recommendation. And I think what Councilmember Weinberg and Meadows have said is they support going along with the CSC recommendation. And so that's the discussion we're having. Do we go with the CSC recommendation, or do we give direction to staff to do more immediate steps starting tomorrow? And I know they already started some of the striping work. And so I want to make sure we have a motion on the floor. The Vice Mayor made the motion. Councilmember Lee-Eng, you seconded the motion.
I did second the motion for the discussion. So it doesn't necessarily mean I would support it. And that's the reason why we have these discussions, is to get clarification. So I would like to better understand. That's why I wanted to just check in with the chair, if that would be, because my goal is to help expedite this process and also to bring closure for everyone. Right. And so even—
You don't have to, so I want to make sure. So are you withdrawing your second of the motion?
Well, I just like to better the motion is to have the discussion and to help clarify things. So I think my thing is to get some clarification. And if perhaps Jim, will this help to clarify us to move forward faster, to have this motion done earlier, or should we, would it be preferable, can I ask the staff that, to have it go, whether to proceed with the commission's recommendation? I think what we want is quick closure. So help me understand how we would get that.
Well, up to this point, we're following commission's direction to, enhance the signage and striping and continue to monitor, as we have been, the volume flows, the speeds, and impacts of cars driving over. Yeah, if cars are bottoming out and it's hurting the street, kind of making those types of observations. I do agree with Vice Mayor Inander that, hey, more data is good, and certainly, you know, a detailed land survey of these speed humps would give us more information to kind of see, well, maybe some are operating better than others, and we can kind of compare the, you know, the elevations of each one, and that'll give us more feedback. So that's pretty easy to do. And then I think between that and the observations we're doing in the data collecting, it'll help us determine, yeah, do we need to make design changes? Do we only need to make design changes to some of them, and come up with some options? And we would take that to the Complete Streets Commission, get their feedback, and then of course bring it back to the council.
Thanks, Mr. Sandoval. So we have the motion by the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Lee Eng. I assume you're still seconding the motion.
I'm so seconding the motion, and I think his input really did help. So thank you.
Good. Angel, can you please go ahead and call the roll on the motion by the Vice Mayor? And Mr. Sandoval just summed it up well, showing he understands what the motion covers.
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the floor, please say aye. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Aye.
Councilmember Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Inander.
Aye.
Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Angel. And
so the one thing, Mayor, that we would like to make sure people understand is we want to help put closure to this as well. So help them you know, just making sure that, you know, if there's problems, we want to be sure that we're all looking at this.
And I think we've said that a couple of times, but thanks for reiterating it. Okay, so moving on to the next item on our agenda, item number 9. And remember, we're not starting any new items after 11 p.m. this evening. So Mr. Sandoval, is this agenda item yours as well?
It is, and I have a request for a 2-minute bio break.
That's fine. And so maybe what we will do is we'll jump to item number 10 and then come back to item number 9 when you're back.
And okay. Madam Mayor, point of order. While you may identify that we want to not take new items after 11, I believe that that decision ultimately is up to a consensus of the council according to our norms. And so if there were a majority who wanted to continue after an item after that, we could do so.
Yes. And so I proposed it at 9, no one objected. So let's revisit this at the top of the hour to see if majority or more would like to take new items after 11.
Thank you.
So let's go to item number 10, which is formation of the Housing Element Subcommittee. Mr. Biggs, I think you're presenting on this item, at least introducing it.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Mayor Kilgore, members of the city, excuse me, Mayor Fligor.
I'm ready to exchange places, Mr. Kilgore.
Here.
Your last meeting, and you're now mayor. Well,
I'm Biggs. I gave Mr. Kilgore a promotion before he left. Anyway.
Or demotion.
Hastings.
This agenda item this evening is for the council appointment of a subcommittee to assist staff with the housing element. At your meeting on June the 8th of this year, you talked about appointing a housing element subcommittee of the council to help staff with the community outreach and developing a plan for that. That's not to say you can't expand that a little bit. I just want to caution the council that if you expand the role or duties of the subcommittee beyond that kind of focused effort, we'd have to be sure that the work of the subcommittee and the additional work that would take staff to be involved in the subcommittee could be covered by the current contract that we have with the housing element subcommittee, or housing element consultant. So it's up to the city council to decide what the scope of the subcommittee will be. You had noted that you wanted it to be, again, on the assistance with public participation. You can expand that, but just be cautious of the additional cost that might come along with that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead,
Yeah, thank you. I don't, again, quotation marks. Council subcommittees can be extremely valuable, as the council knows, in terms of helping to move items along and help with staff to refine them. Housing elements are a little more different, are more different, and you know this. They're very complex, but they're heavily policy laden. And I think in this particular case, you want to keep a majority of those policy issues focused on council discussion as a whole. So I think that the community engagement lends itself very well to a subcommittee, but I would caution you, because I really do think that this type of a project does require more. I mean, if there needs to be a check-in, the whole council in terms of addressing policy issues as the project's developed. Thank you.
No, thanks, Mr. Kildren. It was necessary for us to put it on the agenda because I know the consultant and staff are ready to go. I will start off by saying, I think the last time we discussed this, there was a proposal to have Vice Mayor Enander and Councilmember Meadows serve. There wasn't a commitment, but I want to throw my hat in the ring as part of this discussion. I would like to serve on this housing element subcommittee. The Vice Mayor and I just wrapped up our city manager subcommittee, and I thought we worked well together. And this is another top priority for the city. And so I'm going to throw my hat in, and I would like to join the Vice Mayor on this subcommittee. So I just wanted to make sure that I was being transparent and throwing my name in the ring. Any questions for staff? Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
Well, I think it was your philosophy that since Councilmember Meadows was liaison to the environmental committee, that's why she should serve on the Lehigh committee. And since I'm the liaison for the planning commission, I would like to be able to serve with the Vice Mayor on this.
So thanks for that comment, Councilmember Lee Eng. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing no other hands. Angel, do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the subcommittee formation?
None that have risen their virtual hands.
Thank you. So let's bring it back.
I see one now.
For discussion. So
I see one member of the public now.
Hand raised before I brought it back to council for discussion.
Technically, yeah, the hand went up before you brought it back, yes.
Before I brought it back, okay, so let's go ahead and have the member of the public speak up to 3 minutes.
Salim, please unmute yourself. Salim, are you there?
Pardon, yeah, I just saw I had the option to unmute myself. That's, I guess, not typical. But yeah, in any case, thank you. And I just hope that the people who end up on the subcommittee actually want to see a successful RENA process where we hit all of our targets. I know that some, we've heard skepticism before about this whole thing. And I think it'd be good for the people who end up on the subcommittee to be people who want us to succeed. And also preferably, don't, use city council, for instance, as a platform for misinformation from interest groups. I think that might be disqualifying for running these sorts, or for organizing this sort of outreach effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim. Okay, so let's bring it back to council for discussion, if there's any discussion, or maybe we could get a motion on the floor. Let's see if we have any.
Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I'd be delighted to do this, but I also think that it's important that Councilmember Lee Eng have a role either on this or on Lehigh. I understand that Councilmember Meadows was very, very busy and wasn't sure what she wanted to do, and I don't want to conflate improperly what we would do with Lehigh with this, but I do think we need to keep that in mind when we're making these assignments. And I'll go at the pleasure of the group.
so I still feel strongly about wanting to serve on this subcommittee, Vice Mayor. So if you're withdrawing and Councilmember Lee Eng is raising her hand, then the Councilmember Lee Eng and I could serve on the housing element subcommittee, because I feel strongly about serving on it and moving forward with the public engagement piece along with staff and the consultant. So I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, and unless you have plans for her to do the Lehigh thing, then
it's a majority vote. You know, that's another item we plan to bring back in August, and then majority of us will vote on who serves on the Lehigh subcommittee.
Then I would ask the council member what her preference is, because if her preference is to serve on Lehigh, I would be supporting that, but I'd like her to express her preference on which of these committees she's more interested.
Well, I do have a preference for Lehigh, but I was going along with the mayor's philosophy. So that is why I stepped forward on this subcommittee. So I do have a preference to serve on the Lehigh subcommittee. And I do think you are definitely more qualified.
Well, then I'll keep my hat in the ring.
I think okay. We'll entertain a motion to form the subcommittee. I'm happy to make the motion just to move us forward. So I move that we form a City Council Housing Element Subcommittee that consists of myself and the Vice Mayor in accordance with the scope described in the staff report and as the council had discussed at the last meeting when this was first raised.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kilger.
Clarification. I think and I'll ask Mr. Biggs, I think the staff report left it fairly wide open for discussion. So I think the motion needs to include specifically what the scope will be.
Oh, I thought I have it in front of me. It's talking about working with staff and the consultant on the community engagement piece of the housing.
Excellent. As long as that's clear. Thank you.
Good.
So if that works for everybody, that's the motion. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Vice Mayor, so we have the motion by the mayor, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Angel, can you please call the roll?
Yes, if you agree with the motion on the table, please say aye. Councilmember Lee Eng.
I just want to make a comment before I vote. I just want to thank Vice Mayor Enander to clarify my interest in the Lehigh subcommittee, and we will be addressing that in the future. And I would just like to also state that, you know, it was the mayor's philosophy to begin with. So just to clarify, you know, if you want to stick with the philosophy, you should be consistent. So yeah, thank you. But yes.
And I'll clean up the record after. So we have, so continue, Angel, we're in the middle of a vote.
Okay, I think I heard you clarify that was a yes. And I see Lee Eng nodding, so great. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, but I see the city attorney wants to say something, so.
Go ahead, Ms. Houston.
Do you want to add something to the motion that the scope of the subcommittee is as stated is in the staff report, or do you think?
I did.
Okay, good. All right.
Right, we're talking about the second, Mayor, the second paragraph under discussion and analysis, I think is where it's best captured.
Yep. Okay, Angel, proceed.
All right, continuing on the roll call, we have 2 yays. Next one, Councilmember Weinberg.
Yay.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Angel. And I just want to quickly clarify the record based on what Councilmember Lee Eng said about my philosophy. When we were discussing Lehigh, part of the discussion was involving the Environmental Commission as part of the process and having that dialogue and liaise with the Environmental Commission. So in that context, That's why it made sense to have the city council liaison serve on this subcommittee, because I would need to talk to that person and the environmental commission on the matter. So that's why during that discussion, that reference was made. It's not a general philosophy that every time something relates to the environment that it necessarily will require the environmental council liaison to be on the subcommittee. So I just wanted to clarify that. And we can all go back and watch the meeting. So thank you. Mr. Sandoval, are you ready to go back to item number 9?
Yes. And I will share my screen. Okay, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not in display mode. It's actually, I think you need to switch it. You're seeing it the right way, but we're not.
You're seeing my notes page and all that?
We are.
Oh, that's weird.
A flip.
Okay, let's see how I flip this.
You're one step closer. The slideshow, start the slideshow.
That didn't do it, did it?
Councilmember Meadows, Vice Mayor, is this text fine for us to start? Can you read it even though it's not in display slideshow mode?
It's okay.
Vice Mayor.
Let me try it again. Okay.
Am I supposed to hear something?
Is trying to present.
Let's see if this works. Does that work?
Yes.
Thank you for your comment on that. Okay. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Jim Sandoval, Engineering Services Director. I want to mention that I have Chief Andy Galea in attendance to help support the presentation and any questions you may have, as well as Project Manager Peter Maslow and the architect Jeff Katz. And so we're here tonight to propose the approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement with Jeff Katz Architecture, also known as JKA. So this proposal considers the approval of amendment number 1 with them to complete the plan specifications and cost estimate for the EOC. And back April 27th, the council approved option C, and also if we were to get a federal grant, had approved option D as a possibility. We did not get the grant, and so option C is on the table. We also have another option, which includes option C and D, and I'll get into that a little bit. But basically, the gist of this amendment is that it adds additional services. You know, as you know, you approved the original contract back in 2018, I believe. And we've had a series of iterative changes in the design as kind of the needs have evolved, and we've gotten into reviewing concepts and changing things, and we've gotten feedback from the council and from police and from the HAMs and utilities and so forth. And so it's been an iterative design process. And so this amendment kind of covers the cost to complete a design of option C or option C plus D. And in particular, it includes revisions to the floor layout and other engineering disciplines that go into this complete design. In a sense, and those include structural, electrical, civil, mechanical, architectural, and utilities. And we're kind of going back to ground zero in a design sense, and I'll explain more about that with either option C or D. Just as a refresher, option C is the layout that was kind of selected in April by the council. And then option D adds an IT wing to the option C design. So option C plus D, basically we're proposing that in this option, we would design for both, and it would allow us to bid both projects, bid option D as an ad alternate. And so there's several advantages for that that I'm communicating here tonight. It provides us more time to pursue a grant for option D. It would allow the city to test the market on bids to build option D. By the time we get bids in, perhaps the bid would come in lower than we're estimating at this juncture. It provides the city with a design for the IT wing that could be bid separately in future years when funding is available. We all know that at some point soon, the IT division is going to need a new facility, and we need to get the equipment out of the existing police station to keep the emergency communications and city servers kind of faithfully going. So it at least provides us a design for the future if we choose to just stick with option C at bid time. And then fourthly, it provides protection of the city emergency communication and IT infrastructure. And I'll expand on that. So option D, just as a refresher, I probably mentioned this in April, would allow us to, currently downstairs, we have the Comcast and AT&T fiber optic lines coming into the basement of PD. And those are kind of the arteries for our servers in our internet system. Also in the basement, we have our 911 infrastructure and equipment, radio communications equipment, all the recording equipment for 911, as well as the equipment that supports the microwave tower. And so the basement has issues with surrounding infrastructure. Case in point, in the last 2 weeks, the basement has flooded 3 times. And we're very fortunate that none of this equipment was damaged, but it makes us all a little nervous. So it adds a little more urgency to wanting to move the equipment. So option D would allow us to move the first floor equipment, which is all of the city servers, citywide servers, into the IT wing of the EOC. And then it would allow us to move all that stuff in the basement up to the first floor of PD. The fiscal impact, just going over the budget a little bit. So the total project budget that we reviewed during the recent budget process is $3 million and change. Option C or option C plus D, council approved a $400,000 design budget in the existing fiscal year, 21-22. That was approved on the 22nd of June. The council deferred the remaining EOC budget of $2.6 million for construction until council's mid-year review of the 21-22 budget in early 2022. And So now I want to just review the project budget from the past to the present. So the top portion of this slide up to subtotal 1, this is the original contract. It was for $290,000. And the original design looked different than all 4 options A through D that we presented in April. And it's evolved since then. And so between January of 2019 and April of this year, as I mentioned before, there were a number of design updates. There were, that were kind of requested by staff, council, the HAMs, and also that came about from code changes and regulatory requirements or permit requirements as we started the review process through planning. We also had staff changes. You all know about that history, and staff has been a revolving door the past few years in engineering. And so there were some starts and stops. And then also there were some starts and stops owing to the consideration early last year to maybe combine the EOC with a new police station. And we made that presentation early on last year, and council said, no, keep going with the EOC as planned, which we did. So yeah, during that whole process of changes, modifications 1 through 4 came about, and staff authorized JKA to proceed with these. This included the remodel of the kitchen in the existing PD. And that came about because part of the original contract was to convert the existing briefing room into office space for the officers that would be displaced in the traffic unit trailer where the EOC is going to be built. So JKA has designed a space for them in the existing briefing room. And as we got into that, we realized, oh geez, it's right next to the kitchen, and there actually are some improvements that have been long needed in the kitchen. And so that was, for 6,500, we said, JKA, can you make those improvements, and they can be built along with the briefing room remodel. We also did some plan modifications along the way the last 2 years, and also the council asked for PV solar. So those came out to about $46,000 in design costs. Those modifications included about $23,000 for plan modifications that required additional work for architectural, structural, electrical, mechanical, all the things I mentioned before, plumbing. As we were playing with, different locations of rooms and sizes of building and so forth over the course of a couple of years, those costs built up. The PV system design was about $12,000. There was a need for design modifications of the utility infrastructure that would support the PV system, including new service for the utility provider, PG&E, and a new meter. So that was $10,000. And then lastly, there were 3 EV charging stations that were added, and that was another $1,500. So all that totaled to this modification to $46,500. We presented a planning level review through the planning department, and of course they brought in County Fire for their review. County Fire kind of surprised us with they wanted the fire lane redesigned because for new facilities, they require a truck to be able to have a turnaround and not have to back up more than, I think, 150 feet. We did not expect that. JKA did not expect that because our original scope in our RFP was to design a new building and to not redesign the parking lot entrance. And so, but they basically said, hey, since you're touching the ground, you have to kind of bring everything to conforming from non-conforming, which the PD facility is, technically non-conforming since regulations have changed over time. So we had to look at a number of fire lane options that would get a fire engine out of there without having it back up 150 feet. We looked at, creating another gate on the south side of the facility that would allow the fire trucks to do a loop out of there. And we also looked at a hammerhead approach where they back up into the orchard and then do kind of a 3-point reverse turn to get out of there, which is what in the end was recommended. And we figured out a way to do it with minimal impact to the apricot trees. And then the fourth modification was basically putting all the concept options together for options A through D, which we presented to you in April. Amendment 1, what is needed to complete either standalone design option C or design option C plus D, we need to backfill these tasks in the original contract to the order of $132,000 more to complete the design of option C and $215,000 more to design option C and D. So designing another set of plans just for option D is another 215 minus 132. And then the amendment would also include those $88,000 for the 4 modifications I mentioned earlier. So the proposed amendment total is $220,000 for option C, $303,000 for option C plus D. So in the grand scheme of things, when we look at, okay, what's the total cost of design for each option? So the original contract was $290,000. The completion of the design modifications that have already occurred was $88,000, and then the proposed amount to finish is $132,000. So that's a grand total of $510,000. That includes design development for the various options and add-ons we've looked at the past couple of years. That would include a complete bid package to go out to bid, and then that would include construction administration during construction. And the same thing for option C plus D. All the same things would be $593, kind of grand total cost to get us to and through construction. Looking at schedule, if council authorizes schedule option C today, JKA would start design right away in July. We still have to come back to you for design review, which is in our code. Planning has already reviewed option A, which is very similar to option C. It's 4 feet longer. But since the floor plan doesn't increase 25%, planning doesn't need to review that small of a change. So it would just come to you in the end of August, and then with kind of the normal construction schedule between now and March, that would get us to a bid period starting in March of 2022. And then the bidding period would be March through April. And if council authorizes use of the EOC construction budget at their mid-year, then of course that's when we put that bid out. And then the construction timeframe is approximately May 2022 through January 2023. Option C plus D also start tomorrow. And if you approve this option, we would have to take it to planning since the floor plan is greater than 25% of what they saw last year. So that will take some time to get that together. And so that would be October. It would go to planning. November, it would come back to council for design review. And this is, and the council in this option would see both option C and D, whereas the planning commission would only see option D. I guess we could show them both at that time if we wanted to. And then 100% construction documents would be complete by June, and the bidding period would be June through August, and then construction timeframe August through June of the next year. It's a little longer, it's a bigger project, there's more to it. I know this schedule, the schedule I had presented last time was with regard to this possibility of a federal grant, which required shovel readiness ASAP. Going into the application with a shovel ready project and getting funding in October meant that we would have had to put all hands on deck, which we were prepared to do if we got a $4 million grant. And so, of course, we would have had to pay JKA a premium, and staff would have had to put our full attention to getting this through design review. So it would have been really aggressive, and there would have been, opportunity costs and all that. But in the end, I think it was doable. But now we're presenting a schedule that, is more practical and more cost effective. So for your discussion, our recommendation is to authorize the interim city manager or city manager because next week, I guess, he'll be here and have to sign it, but to execute amendment number 1 to the agreement with Jeff Katz Architecture for the scope of services in the attached June 30th, 2021 proposal in an amount not to exceed of either $220,000 for option A or $303,000 for option A plus C, and to utilize up to $10,000 included in each of those 2 budgets for any additional as needed services for unforeseen design issues that may arise during the design period. So if council has any questions, I'm finished with my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. So council, any questions for Mr. Sandoval or staff? Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Jim, for the presentation. So you mentioned with option D, or C plus D to be precise, one of the positives you thought was it would give you time to look for a grant. What do you think the likelihood of a grant would be for an IT wing? It's not for an EOC, it may be a more protected IT wing, but it's still, an IT space. So how likely are we to find a grant for that project, that part of the project?
I think we would be looking for a grant that is for that would cover both, really. I mean, an emergency operations center and or an IT. I mean, so whatever is out there that we can find. The one that was presented by Congresswoman Eshoo was for a Homeland Security grant. And so we presented option 4 in that proposal. It included the EOC and a more secure area for citywide servers and emergency equipment.
That's it. Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Any other questions from council members to Mr. Sandoval? Okay, I see no other hands raised. So let's go to the public. Angel, how many members of the public have their hands raised?
At this time, we have 3 hands raised.
Okay, so let's give each speaker up to 3 minutes.
Excellent. Our first speaker is Harry. Harry, you there?
I'm here, and with permission, I'd like to yield my time to Art Whipple to make this more efficient for council.
Thank you, Harry. So when we get to Art, he will get 6 minutes. Angel.
Sounds good. Next speaker is Jim Clark. Jim, you there?
Yes, I'm here, and I would also like to yield my time to Art Whipple as well.
Thank you, Jim. So Art now has 9 minutes, up to 9 minutes. He doesn't have to use the full time. So if Art is next, then let's go ahead and set the clock for 9 minutes, Angel. And Art.
Art is next.
Okay.
Seconds, minutes, 9. Don't want to make that mistake again.
Not 9 hours.
Right. There we go. Art, can you give us a sound check, Art?
How about now?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Okay. I promise I will not take 9 minutes, more like 4.5. Hi, I'm Art Whipple, a citizen of Los Altos and one of the many Los Altos residents actively involved in the city's emergency preparedness. Thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council on the important topic of the planned Emergency Operations Center. The Council approved a fixed fee professional services agreement with Jeff Katz Architecture to design a new standalone EOC on September 25th, 2018. The agreed upon price was $290,000. City staff now wants to increase the fees to be paid to JKA to $510,000. This amount includes the original $290,000, $88,000 in change orders, and an additional $132,000 to complete the design, and represents a 76% overrun. The reasons for this overrun are generally not discussed in the staff report. We got a little bit from what was given by Mr. Sandoval today. We're hoping that the council will ask city staff to illuminate some of the reasons for the proposed overrun this evening. The scope of the original agreement was to cover the Emergency Operations Center, restrooms, and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning upgrades. It's not apparent that the restrooms or the HVAC upgrades were done. Where are the credits for this work? We have spent $94,000 on construction documents so far, but Mr. Katz states that the proposed changes for option C are significant and require rework of all disciplines, including civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, and architectural. In order to implement these changes, much of the construction document work done to date will not be used. The first glimpse that the public had of new EOC was at a council meeting on February 25th, 2020, where Mr. Sandoval stated that the design was 75% complete. The floor plan presented in that meeting has changed to become option C that the overrun is expected to deliver. The changes between the April 2020 and design and option C are minor, specifically the following. The north wall of the facility was pushed out approximately 4 feet. There are no utility, kitchen, or bathroom complications, just simple office space. The kink in the north wall was removed, a door to the conference room was moved, and a window in the multi-use room was eliminated. A storage room was eliminated, and several tables and chairs have been shown on the floor to indicate the layout for the main EOC floor. These changes are very, very minor and should not have resulted in discarding $94,000 worth of construction design work. Are these changes worth an additional $132,000? The other timeline, or the other concern is the timeline. On February 25th, 2020, Mr. Sandoval indicated that the design was 75% complete. About 4 months later, on June 16th, 2020, Mr. Sandoval stated that the design was now 90% complete and could be ready for bid in 2 months. He stated that this was an aggressive but achievable time point. On April 21st, 2021, The city's grant application submitted to Congresswoman Anna Eshu's office said that the EOC design, this was option D at that point, will be complete and shovel ready in summer of 2021. Option D is a more expensive and more complicated design, but would have been ready to bid in September and summer of 2021. In staff's report for tonight's meeting, the bidding period will now start no sooner than March of 2022. That represents an additional delay of over 7 months. What happened to being shovel ready in summer 2021? This project doesn't seem to want to actually happen. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council this evening. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Art. I appreciate that. Who is next, Angel?
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Roberta.
Well, I really do want to thank Art because I was thinking along the same exact thing that he was thinking. You decided to move on number C. You're supposed to be ready to get going on it now. You know, I really need to question how this, ballooned out of, from $200,000 to $540,000, plus 10% for design contingencies. If you're starting all over, what is the design contingency? I mean, how many times do you need to redesign this building? It's been redesigned about 4 times now. I think you should go with C and stick with the $290,000 and move forward. It's just getting too convoluted, and a wish and a prayer that they might be able to find a grant someplace. It just seems like it's getting out of control. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta. So I don't see any other members of the public with their hands raised, so I'll bring it back to council. And Mr. Sandoval, I do want to start with you. Can you address the points raised by Mr. Whipple and Ms. Phillips?
Sure, that was a lot of points, so I'll see what I can remember here. So the original design was this floor plan. Let me share my screen first, that would help.
And I think the 2 main points that I heard that I would appreciate you addressing, Mr. Sandoval, one has to do with reconciling that $94,000 and what work was done. And then separately, the date, about why we need that much additional time to complete whatever work is left.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kilger.
Yeah, Jim can go ahead and respond, but I have to say respectfully, I think he already has. He can repeat it again and try to explain it in more detail if he can do that. But I think those 2 points, Jim went into a lot of discussion with trying to explain the changes that occurred over many months and the amount of input that was made from not just the council and the community, particularly the Hams, who had a lot of involvement in this. I have to say, this is probably one of the best engineering departments I've worked for in 40 years. And I'm very disappointed to see how much they are questioned on a regular basis on the projects they bring forward. And I do hope that the community starts having some more faith in the staff that work so hard. And I got to tell you, I've never seen a department work as hard as this department has worked. So Jim, you can go ahead, but I think you did a good job in explaining it the first time.
And to that point, Mr. Kilger, and thanks for that, Mr. Sandoval, you don't need to, because I think Mr. Kilger actually captured the first question, and then maybe the only thing you need to quickly explain is just the time frame question. that we're now looking at March if we go with option C, why it will take that much time before we're ready to go out to bid.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to recruit Jeff for some backup, but I'm going to start this. So let me share. Oh, can you see the schedule here?
Yes.
So starting with our last presentation to the council in April, council had approved option C. And as I mentioned at that meeting, we were in good faith going to bring you back this amendment a month later. I believe the second week of May is what I had on the schedule at that meeting. And then I was asked to put the brakes on that because of the budget. And as you all know, we were trying to reconcile the budget and the CIP and what we could afford and what we could defer to kind of get through this budget thing we're going through with revenue. And so Brad had asked me to, let's hold off on bringing the amendment to council until the budget is approved. And I believe he conveyed that to you, Madam Mayor. And so accordingly, the budget was approved the last meeting. So accordingly, we're bringing it to you now, the first meeting after the budget was approved, which put a 2-month delay on things. And so then, in good faith, we thought of this. In the meantime, option D, some advantages of option D kind of surfaced. And so that's why I added this additional option tonight for the reasons I mentioned, and a big one being, I can understand, delay in IT because, we only want to spend what we have funding for. However, we've had some problems in the basement, and it just kind of helped us kind of realize some of the risks we're taking by not addressing the basement. And as you know, the police department is a whole another issue we have to look at and study, which is in the budget this year. That added this other option for you. But when I know in April we talked about, I had a very aggressive schedule to meet a grant deadline, and we felt we were close enough to shovel readiness to where, as I mentioned, we'd have to put all hands on deck to have a shovel ready project by the time funding was going to be offered by Congress October 1st. And really, to pull that off, we would have, as I mentioned, had to pay a premium to JKA to put all of his resources into this project and accelerating the design. And then also, we would have had to bid out the project before design was 100% to realistically get this thing going, and then issue design addendums along the way. And we've done that on projects in the past, in certain circumstances where, we, for whatever reason, timing or, other, trying to kind of play the market in terms of when contractors are available, we get projects out early out to bid, and then we issue addendums in the bid package along the way. So we would have had to do that. And so now we're presenting a schedule to you that is just realistic, that's not accelerated, but is, kind of the proper timing. Jeff and I, we looked at the schedule a little harder just to make sure, we're covering all our bases with review time and through the different review processes. And so that's about as much as I can say about the delay without having Jeff go through this actual schedule and explaining why things take so long.
No, thanks for that, Mr. Sandoval. And especially the last part of what you said, I think answers the question, just explaining that process and why we're now projecting March for option C. Councilmember Weinberg, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to take this opportunity to really thank Director Sandoval, Chief Galea, and Interim City Manager Kilger. The three of them spent the better part of an hour and a half with me earlier today, and I peppered them with an awful lot of questions about this project, raising a lot of the concerns that Mr. Whipple brought up as well. Having gone through that very detailed analysis and having reviewed some follow-up that Director Sandoval gave to me earlier today, I personally am confident that, well, I don't like the numbers that we're seeing in terms of how much it's costing us just to get through the planning process. The numbers are justified, and moving forward is the way to go. I think some of the costs, a significant portion of the costs, have been incurred because of council wanting more options, asking for other opportunities. And it was perfectly, I think it was the right decision for us to do that. But that has slowed the project down, and it has caused the project to become more expensive, I think, than any of us expected it to at the beginning. The biggest question for me is whether we should go forward with C or C plus D. We all know what our budget constraints are. And I don't want to spend almost $100,000 to have to move on to do the C plus D options. However, I also don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. I think there's a number of considerations here. First and foremost is that our 911 equipment, emergency equipment, machinery is in the basement of the PD, and everyone here knows that it is flooding problems. If that machinery goes out, I think it is going to put the residents of this city in significant harm's way, significant danger, and that's unacceptable. And my understanding is that in order to move that equipment, it would have to come up to the first floor of the police department, but there's no room there. To make room for it, what staff is proposing is that the other equipment that IT has, the servers and other equipment we needed to run the city, have to be moved into the IT room. And I guess there's no room in the portable right now. So if we're going to move the 911 equipment up from the basement, we've got to make room for it. To make room for it, there's got to be a place to put the equipment that's going to be displaced by the 911 equipment. A couple of other factors that are running through my mind are the time cost of money. I don't want to have to spend more money now than we have to. On the other hand, we know that IT needs another facility because that portable has a limited lifespan. I believe that when the facilities report comes, that we're going it's going to confirm what we all know. We need a new police department. I think there's a good chance that we're going to find out that we may need one, if not two, new fire departments, and who knows what else it's going to find. We're going to be looking for a lot of money, even if all we're doing is building a new police department. The less money that we have to ask for, the better. It may be that we want to put a bond measure on the ballot, or it may be that we want to borrow money, or maybe we come up with another creative way of raising the funds to fix our infrastructure. One way or another, the less money that we are asking for in 1, 2, or 3 years, I think the better. And then related to that, construction costs are only going to go up. The cost of materials are only going to go up. Building option D is going to be less expensive, I believe, than whatever option we come up with to accommodate the IT department in a new police department or wherever they end up going. Also, I'm told that staff believes that we would be able to use Recovery Act money in order to pay for the further amendments to the CAT's contract. So that being the case, I would support going with C plus D. And finally, I'm motivated by something that Councilmember Liang said several months ago. There was a question of why didn't we have additional projects that could be shovel ready in case a grant shows up? How come we're not ready to just be able to jump on this money when there's an opportunity in the form of a grant? If we have C and D both put together, we're solving that problem, or we're giving ourselves that opportunity with this project. So those are my thoughts. And again, I want to thank staff very much for their diligence earlier today working with me, because I think I gave them a lot of questions, some of which were not really fair. And they were professional and gave me the information I needed to make some informed choices.
No, and you sound very informed, Councilmember Weinberg, so thanks for that. I don't see any other council member hands raised. You know, we can put a motion, Councilmember Weinberg, if you want to put a motion on the floor. Oh, Councilmember Liang, go ahead.
Thank you for your comments, but personally, I am troubled by what I'm hearing tonight. We don't need another facility report to tell us that we need a new police department. We already have that facilities report. You already heard from yourself about the flooding in the basement. My concern was how we're going to pay for that, making sure that we have a safe space for our employees to work. I am highly concerned about moving forward until I hear further about our budget, because we can move forward, but you know what? If we're not going to move forward because we're concerned about the budget, we need to move forward now, because I would like to also hear what the new city manager would have to say going forward on this. I just think that building this first, and then you heard about the issues with the fire truck and having turnaround, it's going to cost you more when you already have a partial building and you have to build around it. You will not be able to access, or you're going to have issues accessing the building when you're under construction. So I am highly concerned about moving forward on this right now and the amount we're putting into it.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang. Anybody else? I don't see any more hands raised. I just want to clarify something on the option C plus D, Mr. Sandoval. If we move forward with the option C plus D, and for whatever reason, we're not able to find that additional funding, then the design could easily separate, because it's not, we're going to get an option C design and an option D. It is not option D with the option C with the IT. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. And I see heads nodding. So with that again, no. So could you clarify that, Mr. Sandoval? Because
yeah, I didn't follow that, Mayor. Could you do that once more?
I want to make sure the way it's framed, it says option C plus D. And I want to clarify that what that proposal will cover is both option C design separate from option D design, because as we know, option D is really option C plus IT. And so what we would be voting on is to support moving forward with both option C and option D. Is that correct, Mr. Sandoval?
That is correct. And we would bid both. We would bid option C and add alternate option D.
Right, so if the funding doesn't come through, we still have option C ready to go.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, Councilmember Weinberg, I don't see any more hands raised. Do you want to put a motion on the floor based on what you said earlier?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I move that the council authorize staff to move forward with the contract amendment under the choice of option C plus D.
I second that. So Angel, we have a motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by the mayor, for us to move forward with options C and D.
Excellent. By indicate yay. Oh, go ahead.
No, I see Councilmember Meadows' virtual hand raised, and I don't know if I missed it earlier. So Councilmember Meadows, go ahead if you had your hand raised and I missed it.
Right, sorry, I kind of went up and down, and so I wasn't clear with Councilmember Liang. Was she actually saying she wasn't supporting moving forward with EOC at all? I wasn't at all clear with what she said, but I'll just ask my question directly. I see an attraction in doing C+D, but I also see if we're going to need a new police building and option D could be incorporated into that building. It doesn't necessarily need to be incorporated into the EOC. So of course that might lengthen the timeline, and I apologize, but I didn't know we had flooding in the basement. And so that's new information, and there's flooding nowhere else in the state of California. How did our basement end up getting flooded? But maybe I don't want to know. So anyway, so I kind of lean towards just C, but you know, so that I just wanted to say that before we started the vote on the motion.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Meadows favoring option C. Vice Mayor, we did not hear from you. And Councilmember Liang, just to confirm, your statement was not to move forward with either option tonight, correct?
Yeah, I would table it.
Yeah. Okay, so Vice Mayor Enander, do you want to weigh in here? Table it, option C, or options C and D?
I find myself of a similar mind to Councilmember Meadows. And I deeply respect and appreciate the time and investment that Councilmember Weinberg put into having an in-depth conversation. I'd like to see us have some other options for what to do with IT. One question, which is not strictly pertinent to the project, but ultimately affects what could be done, would be if this equipment is all going to get replaced, then, you know, it takes a smaller amount of room, and some other machinations can be done to help minimize the risks to it, because I'm guessing the equipment's pretty old, which means that it's probably, you can probably get the same stuff for half the size nowadays. So anyway, I'm inclined to align with Councilmember Meadows on this.
So my preference is options C and D, but I'm more interested in really moving something forward tonight. And so if to get to majority or more, the votes rest with option C, I am willing to support that as well. We placed a motion on the floor. There was a motion by Councilmember Weinberg, and I seconded it. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Weinberg to see if he wants to withdraw the motion or what he wants to do with his motion.
Given that the majority appears to favor C, then I'll simply amend the motion to authorize staff to move forward with option C.
Okay, so we have an amended motion by Councilmember Weinberg. Do we have a second to move forward at the recommendation of only option C?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's seconded by Councilmember Meadows. Angel, can you please go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, if you agree with the statement or the motion on the table, please say aye. Councilmember Liang.
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Mayor Fligor.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
Thank you, Angel. And it is 11:31, and this is where we decide if we want to consider any new items, because obviously all the items we've discussed, we started before 11. So I'm just gonna poll council. I've already indicated where I am, but I'm just 1 vote. So let me do round robin to see where people are. Let me start with the Vice Mayor.
I was just trying to go back and see, hadn't we moved one item?
So 7. So item 7, which is the COVID item, and number 11, and number 7 would follow 11. So really what we're looking at are items 11 and 7.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we hear both of those items. I believe we could complete both of them in less than half an hour, and probably much less than half an hour.
So we have Vice Mayor indicating that she would like to consider items 11 and 7. So let me keep going. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Was that a motion? If that's a motion, I'll second that.
So we're not doing the motion yet. We're just doing, we're checking in, doing round robin to see where people are, and then we can decide.
Yeah, I'd like to move forward on those 2 items. I think it's important.
Okay, so we have the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Lee Eng, who is next. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, so we said earlier, I believe it was about 9 o'clock, that we were not going to take anything after 11. And so I'm not sure on what basis. I personally have an obligation very early tomorrow morning. And so I would request that we honor what we said earlier, which is that we would not, you know, now we're reversing ourselves. And so that I don't think is helpful, and we need to be, you know, disciplined about, if we said something earlier, then let's stick with that. So I would advocate not.
Point of clarification.
Councilmember Meadows, just point of order. As the Vice Mayor pointed out earlier, that if majority or more wants to consider an item after 11, they can override that decision that was made at 9. So that's our practice.
Which was the mayor's exclusive prerogative to make that statement. It was not an agreement of the council.
Then you guys have the prerogative to override it, which is what we're doing right now. So we're checking in to see if majority or more would like to consider these 2 new items.
So I wouldn't personally make that choice, no.
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. And Councilmember Weinberg?
I agree with Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, so we have 3 council members not wanting to consider any new items at this time. And so with that, and let me check with the city attorney. Do we need a motion for this, city attorney? I don't think so, but someone had asked. So
I would do a motion just so it's clear on the record. So, you know, and just so who voted for it, who voted against it, and it's clear in the record, I would do it.
Okay, no problem.
So I think the Vice Mayor had a motion, and I was seconding the motion. So
yes,
go back to the Vice Mayor if she wants to make the motion.
Yes, I did originally make the motion that we consider items 11 and 7.
And I seconded that.
So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. Angel, can you please call the roll?
Yes, bear with me, just making sure I captured that motion. If you agree with the motion on the table, please say aye. Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
No.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Enander?
Yes.
Mayor Fleor?
No.
Motion fails, 3-2.
Thank you, Angel. So we'll continue on. We have the informational items, which are there.
A point of clarification, Mayor, please.
Yes, go ahead.
In the future, when you make a statement like that, could you please, I greatly appreciate it if you ask us instead of just making a statement, because I think that it's not a blanket statement that represents all of us.
Okay, I mean, that's not what, I am happy to be more clear in the statement, but we don't normally take the vote or discussion till 11. But I am happy to be more clear at 9 p.m. of my intent. Okay, so thanks for that. Moving right along, we will go.
So just to clarify that point, it's not about intent, it's to ask the council if we would like to consider items. So I just want to make it clear. It's not just, you know, putting your your statement down. Thank you.
Right, and what I will do, because of the time, and we've already said we don't want to discuss new items, is revisit the norms to see what specifically is required so we can all follow it. So continuing on with council staff reports and directions on future agenda items, we can start with, are there any reports from staff? Mr. Kilger.
Yes, Mayor, Council, a couple items. I did want to raise the issue of the status of the downtown parklets. I wanted to make the council aware that at the current stage, there's been some question whether they'll be allowed to continue under the governor's emergency orders with the COVID, which are still in place. It allows for our interim COVID, our COVID parklet requirements to continue. Based on what I'm seeing in other cities, I think my recommendation, and it'll have to be concurred with by the new city manager, that the council consider allowing them to continue until the end of this calendar year. What that would entail is if the governor removes his emergency declaration, in order for us to allow for the COVID parklet requirements to continue, the city would have to continue its emergency declaration. This fits in pretty well because the council, under the original 2019 parklet program, had asked this to return, staff to return this fall. So I would see coming back in September-ish, having a discussion, staff scheduling a discussion with the council to confirm that you concur with that, and also to decide how the regulations would be imposed as of January 2022. So it's just an information item. It fits in pretty well with what you had already given staff direction on. The other is, I did want to bring forward before and chalk this up to the old guy going out on his last meeting. You had indicated at a prior meeting that you wanted to have a follow-up with anti-bias training and have a discussion about how to proceed with that. We researched, after listening to the council discussions, we did some research relative to what was done prior by Dr. Fletcher, who had set up for staff a training session. What came out of that was interesting is he put on a program for the city of Cupertino, our neighboring city, which was allowed for the whole community to participate and for the council also, but it was structured in a way there wouldn't be a Brown Act problem with the council doing that. And so I know it's, you know, I don't want to shortchange the council's discussion, but I do understand that it's very important for the council to get this done, and it's not a one-off, as said, is that your intent is to continue with that in future years. So I did send an email to the council about us proceeding with that. I wanted to do a check-in and see if you're okay with that, and begin the process of possibly bringing Dr. Fletcher on board with something similar to Cupertino. I don't know if the council, I sent you the link to the Cupertino session. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. But I think, again, this is not the final decision on how you're going to do anti-bias training. I learned by talking to Dr. Fletcher and the council, there's many different ways to go about this, but I could see this as a good starting point in creating a foundation. So I was looking for concurrence for allow staff to continue, or we would bring it back for discussion.
No, thanks for that, Mr. Kilger. As a reminder, at one of our last meetings, when this came up during future agenda items, I think at least three council members said
Correct.
Were interested in having a discussion of the content and format. And so you did the research. And I guess the question for council, now that we have this, do we still think there's a need to agendize this, or is there consensus to move forward with the staff recommendation of doing the Cupertino model, at least as a first step? So let me check in. I know Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Lee Eng, and I think the Vice Mayor were the ones who had supported bringing it back. So let me start with, I support.
Just quick question. Can we discuss this? This is a discussion of the decision item, correct?
No, it's a future agenda item. We're deciding whether or not we want to add this as a future agenda item, or we will go forward with this and there's no need for an agenda item.
Okay, I'd like a future agenda item.
Me too.
Okay, so I support moving forward with as a first step with what we saw done in Cupertino with Dr. Fletcher. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, as one of the three who wanted to bring this back to the council for future discussion and direction, I'm satisfied with what I've seen from Dr. Fletcher and staff's work. So to the extent that it's necessary, I would move that the council reconsider its decision. And I understand that that motion can't be considered until the next meeting. But I'm hopeful that we can do it very quickly, because I think this is something that we should not spend a lot of time on. I think Dr. Fletcher is fine. I think he'll do the city a great service. His program will be, I think we should move forward with him. Ended at that.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I'm comfortable with that approach.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, do we need to do anything else here?
No, just direction.
Okay, so the direction is not to have this as a future agenda item, but to move forward with scheduling the session for the entire community and council and staff with Dr. Fletcher, similar to what he did for Cupertino.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for one other item because I was not aware that the council had established a process for deciding, determining who would go to the Cal Cities conference. And I wanted to get direction if you wanted to place this on a future agenda for discussion. I understand the registration is open, and we did send an email to the council to say that if you're interested, we could at least get you a room reserved. I think they're pretty well filled up by now. We could always cancel that. We do have time on the registrations, but I was not aware that you had a limited number of council members who would go to these. So I didn't know if that's something that needs a special session or not, but I just wanted to ask if that's necessary. We would have to put it on the next agenda.
Thanks, Mr. Kildra. And Vice Mayor and Councilmember Lee Eng, we have been through this before, and normally this is where we discuss it. And so, you know, I am interested in going. I guess we can start there because Councilmember Lee Eng, Vice Mayor, we have been on council a little bit longer. You know, the practice has been to send two, is right?
No, the practice is to send the new council members, and the mayor is welcome to attend because there's a mayor session and the new council members should be attending.
Oh, that's great. That's even better. I thought that was last year's conference, but that's even better. So is there consensus then to have, you know, the new council members, which would be, and anybody else who wants to attend?
Wait.
Great.
Isn't the new mayor and the city council, isn't that the one that's in December or January?
That one is, yeah, it's in January. So that one,
so that's what I thought. And that's why I was saying, I remember Councilmember Lee Eng, you and I went to the equivalent of this conference together in 2019.
Oh, this is the Long Beach one.
But this is the general one where all city managers, city attorneys, planning commissioners, council people, everybody goes. Everybody's in the pond. Yeah.
Oh, this is the one. I think we sent two people. Yeah. The Long Beach one.
But it is correct. It's in Sacramento.
But it's not. It is in Sacramento this year, and it's the general session. It's not the specific mayor and council. So
I think it's the one, Nisa, that you and I put together 2 years ago.
Yes, Councilmember Lee Eng and I went to that one. So let me just see who's interested in attending. Just a show of hands. I am interested. Oh, if there are only two of us, that may just solve the problem.
I can't remember what the dates were, but when the email came out, I remember thinking that I wouldn't go, but
excellent. Thank you. That's all I had.
Problem solved. Okay.
I'm curious, what's the rationale for only having two members go?
Cost.
Okay, got it.
But actually it might be cheaper because you don't have to fly this time. So maybe well, I would love to go if we can afford 3.
Listen, it's for us to decide how many of us we want to send.
For the record, most councils usually send 3 to 4 members. They usually in the budget. That's why I said I apologize. I was not aware
well,
that
actually,
you had
that's
practice.
okay. Just send the 2. You know,
Okay.
with the Delta virus, I'm a little bit nervous.
Okay. All right. So the decision has been made, myself and Councilmember Weinberg. Thank you. Thanks for that staff report, Mr. Kilger. Future agenda items from council members. Councilmember Lee Eng, I see your hand.
So we're going to have the Lehigh subcommittee item come up.
Correct.
On the next future agenda item. The other item I'd like to make sure that if we can get on with the item that came up tonight regarding the drought and the implementation of water conservation. I think it's important for us to send a message to Valley Water regarding our concerns about any rate increases at this time. So I know that other cities has conveyed their concerns about rate increases. So if possible, perhaps we could discuss it and as well send our concerns in as well.
So Councilmember Lee Eng, let me stop there. For the Lehigh, that was already decided and we had the support. So this new proposal, does it require staff work?
It wouldn't require staff work. It would just require us to write a letter. Well, then,
are there model letters available?
Yes, there's model letters available, so I could send them.
Something that other cities have been doing, and you're aware of this because of being on the Water Commission.
Correct.
So we just need a second support.
So I'll support that.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll trust that the council member will provide staff with a model letter.
I will.
The mayor can sign, or the city manager can sign.
If we vote to do it, yes. So we'll agendize that, and that I think is urgent. Urgent.
Well, okay, so we are going to bring it back to you.
We have to.
Yes, so okay, I'll make a note of that. It might work well because staff may be prepared to bring back a follow-up relative to the drought resolution. So we'll see if we can track those together.
Perfect. Any other future agenda items?
When is it that the potential Hillview overlay or that is due back?
What's our tentative?
Probably September.
September.
And one more question. When is our closed session? We voted to have a closed session to discuss how we're handling our contractors on Hillview and concerns.
That it will be in, I think, August or September, but it's not a general one. It was about a specific issue. So yeah, I'm working on that. And I have a Brown Act memo and I have several other memos to
yeah.
apply to you. I think I've got 3 or 4 now. So yeah.
Okay. Any other requests? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
My request to the city manager to pass on to staff as he waltzes out the door is that when the drought resolution comes to us, that we also have items prepared by staff as to what staff is doing to minimize water use on city property.
We will do that. And because of the way this, I'm just going to really quick say is I want to give staff credit. Mr. Hernandez has already initiated a 15% reduction in city water use. I don't have it ready to, he put together a list and we will share that with you, but yes, we'll bring that back also.
It's not our first time doing this either.
No, it's not. I read your previous staff reports. I saw that.
Okay, so thank you. And what I want to do before the end of the meeting is give everybody an opportunity to publicly thank Mr. Kilger.
No.
Thank you so much, Brad. We will miss you. Everybody is clapping, and I know staff is also clapping, and a lot of members of the community are clapping.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for your trust, and thank you for your patience putting up with the old guy. And my unsolicited advice at times. You're always very polite and professional, and I really appreciate it. And as I was talking to Councilmember Lee Ying today, or was it yesterday? Anyway, the point being is we both learned something. I learned something, you learned something. It was a two-way street, and that's why I always like this job.
And Mayor, we have invited Mr. Kilger back for the opening of the community center. So we need to be sure. So Mr. Rodriguez, please make sure that when those invitations go out, that Mr. Kilger gets his own personal invitation.
Yep, Mr. Kilger, you came into our lives at the right time.
Yes, you did.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's right.
Oh, okay, good. I wasn't sure. No, that's yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm glad I could help. Thank you all very much, and I wish you the best of luck.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Adjourn at 11:53 p.m. And you're with us till the 18th. You're not done.
Oh, 11:59 p.m. Sunday night, and then Gabe is all yours.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Gabe. Thanks.